So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just what we're doing.
Oh my god, it's huge!
Oh!
Kill!
Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then two captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
We welcome you in for Contenders Trial North America Day number 3. Labosco here alongside of me. I have Thibbledork as we are getting ready for our first game of the day, Triumph versus Lunaris. Thibble, teams trying to get in, and these are two teams in a dire spot, at least here in the middle of this Trials September season, where 0-1 is Triumph and Lunaris 0-2.
Right, and to clarify, because there's a bit of a discrepancy in terms of the number of matches played there were some technical difficulties yesterday. A couple matches got kind of shifted around, including Triumphs and a couple other teams. That said, regardless of the number of matches played here, going into the middle of the week with 0 wins is a rough place to be. You need top 2 to get into Contenders for next month, and you need top 4 to stay in Trials. Otherwise, you're going back to Open Division, which is a fate neither team, and frankly nobody on Earth, really wants at the end of the day. These guys have a lot to be fighting for. It's definitely not over for either team, at the very least, to stay in Trials. So both of them desperately need this win to start bringing that momentum back and making a space for themselves in the conversation.
And Triumph, it's not out of the realm of possibility of making it into contenders either. They did lose their first game to Malibu, and it was an 0-3 loss, but Malibu right now looks like maybe the top team here in Group B, which is the games that you're going to be seeing with us here for me and Thibble today. So this game for them is very important that you are able to, if you can, 3-0 Lunaris, because they haven't been able to win a map yet in their 2 games that they've had. They also have played, though, Slept On and Infamous. Both teams are kind of in the middle of the pack right now, Thibble. So as far as looking at it from just the standings perspective, there's a lot for both teams to play with specifically, but Triumph still has that contender shot within grasp.
Oh, definitely. And both teams really kind of started off with the tough competition at the beginning of the week. We can make some rough assumptions about strength of all these teams and the strength of schedule, given that these guys are definitely starting off with the toughies. But, there's something to be said for getting that out of the way and trying to reset mentally and go for what might be a weaker team to these guys. But I mean, they're probably both thinking the same thing about each other. It's like, these teams haven't even won yet. This could be our chance to turn it around. So I expect a great fight, not because necessarily these are our best teams in the group so far, but because they're both fighting for a lot and are going to leave it all out on the field. Because if you lose here, your week is looking pretty bleak.
Going back to Open Division really, it puts a team into a sort of limbo, right? Because you don't know if that team's going to be able to stay together because, players may get offers from teams that have made it in that week. We already have trouble keeping track of contenders rosters at this point anyways. I remember seeing a tweet that kind of got a lot of traction about that. So it's one of those things where if this is a group of people that you want to see yourself playing with, you've got to be able to take care of what is going on. And the first map we get to see here is Busan specifically. And as far as we know for the meta, it's kind of, we're seeing a lot of Ash. We're seeing a lot of Roadhog in specific spots. We're seeing very little shields, which I think a lot of people should be happy about.
I mean, some people definitely are. I think a couple other people are kind of realizing that they made a wish on the monkey's paw, and that finger is curling in a big way because, there are no more barriers, but instead there is chaos. Of course, we can never really speculate on what these teams are rolling out with here on Control because they can change right up until the starting bell. But I certainly expect the Sombra. The Symmetra is probably just for the teleport out, a little bit of a speed boost. The Moira Lucio has been kind of popular lately, especially as teams kind of fall back to the old standards of a classic Sombra dive. Yeah. Moira Lucio have generally been the go-tos because Zen isn't quite in a place to sustain himself against the high caliber DPS and especially with the threat of EMP.
Well, we're seeing the dive come out from both of these teams here on Shrine. Mitch, the first person in with that Tesla cannon, looking to maybe dive onto players, just getting that cleave damage though. And right now it's really about finding that one target that you can either get a hack onto and focus down, and that target ends up being Snappy. So it's already starting off pretty good for Lunaris. They're able to get that initial pick against Triumph, force them back, and now they'll go for point control.
That said, Off is out of mech, so if they play this right, Triumph could go for a quick recontest. Or, excuse me, other way around. They actually, I haven't quite got the team name set up yet. This actually kind of solidifies now. Off will have to do his best to get back in the mech. He does manage to now, but they're on the back foot for sure.
Yeah, they have the Coalescence coming out from Lunaris, and now they can just focus down onto these targets off the back of that, forcing Triumph back in to spawn, and looking really good out the gate is Lunaris.
Touching the spawn doors, man. This is a classic dominance move here coming out from Lunaris, which is not a sentence I figured I would be saying too often here, but there you go. That said, both of these teams have a lot of ultimates online. Most importantly, though, Tree is ahead by 25% on that EMP. If he uses this right, he could end this fight before it really starts.
Well, Coalescence, the first thing coming out, EMP to answer, and Snappy goes down, or is able to get Tree down out of that. Sluggo will lose his life, so Lunaris still in a position to hold on to this. Self-destruct, forcing players back, and Pure's actually able to catch Snappy, so Triumph trying to get the switch, will now use the EMP in, Sound Barrier in to answer, and right now it's just a scrum on the point, but still going the way of Lunaris. They still are in control and are finding eliminations off the next one to fall. The Tracer trying to get out in Buck because they only have one fight left for Triumph.
Right, I mean, these fights have been relatively extended, so now we're already crossing 80%. Valen, I feel, got a little impatient with the EMP or thought he could clutch things back out, but didn't take into account that Noctis was perfectly safe and managed to get the Sound Barrier off to perfectly counter it. Got nothing out of that ultimate, and now they'll have to hope that this pick, these two, is enough to get them back on the point.
Well, they give themselves the 6-on-4 advantage. That should be enough for them to win it. Buck making sure to help finish off these last few players left alive for Lunaris, and now you just have the stall coming out from Noctis, but it's not going to be a very long stall. They're already at 99%, but now you've got to try to do the 99-0 come from behind if you're Triumph.
The long slog. They're going to have to be very careful with these ultimates. They could probably throw the Coalescence out fairly early just because it's a fast-building ultimate, but they have to do their best to hang on to this Primal Rage and the Sound Barrier because they build slow and they're great stalling tools. They need them to get the most value possible. Otherwise, Lunaris are just going to recontest and win the round.
Well, they had the later Coalescence, but the Pulse Bomb will give the advantage over to Lunaris. So now they can come back in. EMP in desperation, but Valen will do nothing but go down. And Tree has the EMP that can be used whenever, but they don't even need to do that, Thibble. They have control. They're going to take this point back.
Well, Triumph listened to me, but maybe a little too hard. They were a little too reticent to let go of those ultimates. They knew they needed to try and make them last. But ultimately, with the one pick coming out and with your front line low, the Sound Barrier had to come out. It's obviously not an ideal situation, but if you want to stay alive in that round, you need that extra HP. And just that little bit of hesitation, should I use it? No, we need to save it to try and get our percentage up and build up other ultimates. And by the time he figured out that he really should use that Sound Barrier, there were already people dead on the front line. And there was no way of bringing that fight back.
Yeah, too little, too late for the side of Triumph, but now they get to go to Mecha Base, and we know Mecha Base changes things up. We're seeing a little bit of a change here from Triumph too. There's not as much time. They are going to come out with Zarya this time to pair up with Niche on the Winston.
I like the move. It's good at keeping people safe that are hacked. And also, Zarya is not nearly as susceptible a hack target as D.Va is because she just becomes a walking cereal box of hit points. So this could be a slightly more defensive move, but they'll still need to combo everything effectively and not get picked off like that.
And there's the first domino to fall. You'd think that maybe you would have a little bit more survivability for Niche, but not the case. Lunaris has been perfect with the target focus, and now they are forcing Triumph back once again. And now you have to figure out how you're going to crack this. This is the hardest part about Mecha Base, is coming back to that point after that first cap.
I mean, a relatively clean disengage at least, but I mean, the bubble onto Niche at first did not get a ton of value because he had already placed his own bubble down. You need to like stagger those out effectively to get the most value from them. Otherwise, you're just spinning your wheels.
Well, they're not spinning their wheels anymore for Triumph because they're going in aggressively with the EMP. Doesn't stop the Coalescence, but they had a Coalescence on their own, sustaining everyone through this fight. Now it's about to dive in. The Pulse Bomb coming through. EMP isn't going to matter as much as a result, and they have the Sound Barrier to layer afterwards to deal with any of the damage that would have come through. So they stay alive through it all, and the flip comes back through for Triumph.
A bit of an expensive fight, but definitely one that you kind of have to take. Oh, as Buck goes down. They're getting a little greedy here. They want to try and secure as much time as possible. They're already so far behind, but they can't be too greedy. They're going to give away too much here and just make an easy opening. Grab time comes out.
Nice grab to not let the D.Va be able to get that on the side. They still haven't capped this. They actually give it right back over to Lunaris. They weren't able to come back in time. They will try to recap it right back, but you have to try and deal with Bolby at the moment. Finally do Coalescence to push forward for Lunaris as they try to make their way back towards the point, but this is in advantage for Triumph, and now coming and jumping in to force them back is Niche, who has that Primal Rage.
They have to be careful here. No more aggressive pushes where a DPS gets picked in this hallway or something. The split push got an extra 10 or 15% for Lunaris, but Triumph admittedly handled that pretty well. They split off exactly who they needed to go recapture the point and force Bolby away. Now the EMP to start the next fight.
They throw out the pulse bomb, missing there. It's actually going to be Tree and Light, the DPS duo for Lunaris, making the difference early on. Niche evening things back up. Off throws out the Graviton Surge to grab in Volby and get the kill. They're staying in front for Triumph up to 54%. So now you have only the Primal Rage to come back here, and then you have the self-destruct on the other side.
Okay, so the Graviton comes out. I was going to criticize it, but he's swapping to the Wrecking Ball. He was building them insanely fast anyways, and off has generally been a highlight for this team, but I'm curious to see what he does with this Wrecking Ball.
Well, Buck is going to win the 1v1 in the Tracer duel. EMP comes out, but it only grabs 2. A&J able to use the sound barrier afterwards, but they do lose Snappy. A lot of sustain out of the fight. Dropping in is off on the Wrecking Ball, trying to take care of these players that are on the point. And Niche with the Tesla Cannon coming through to get that kill onto Tree. Stop that EMP from building up, but they're slowly starting to lose players. Lunaris starting to turn the tide in their favor, and they will get the flip. 93%. Oh, they almost got it. Now they finally will get those last 2 players off the point to do it. So it goes to 97 for Triumph.
Sure, and I mean, a great last fight territory situation for Triumph here, but they have a hill to climb. There's 4 ultimates coming online, and this Doomfist could do a lot of work with or without his ultimate. So they're going to have to try and go for an eco push. Obviously, they don't have much to use here. Hold on to the EMP, get out what you can on this fight, and then try and win it on the next one, if I'm trying.
Oh, but they don't. Yeah, not the way they wanted to start off, getting the elimination onto Tree. Buck staying alive, too, being that harasser along on the back line, staying where those health packs are. Valen coming back in with the EMP, very low, but gets it off. That's the important part. But the sound barrier got off for Lunaris, so the EMP will not matter. Triumph is going to lose this fight, and now we enter into last fight territory.
Right. I mean, that was rough, and that's the second time that's happened now for Valen, where he is EMPing, but he's not aware of the Lucio's positioning, which should really be your first priority in this sort of team fight battle here. You need to be aware that the sound barrier will completely negate you, and you have to try and be patient, and he's not doing that so far, and it's costing Triumph in a big way. That said, they are getting first pick on these fights, so I can't really complain too much.
Can't complain too much. They have the flip back over, overtime in their side. Uppercut in from Tree, and Sluggo combining for 2 kills. Very tall task, but Valen not letting this one go just yet. Primal Rage out from Niche. This is a back and forth fight. Only a few players left on either side. Kier coming in onto the Wrecking Ball and off. They do get the mines out on. Pulse Bomb stick coming out from Buck, and now Light sticking on the other side. Both of the Tracers getting kills. It's all down to this. Who can get this clear? Sound barrier coming through from trying to keep them in this fight. 2 players left, though. It's starting to turn for Triumph. Lunaris desperately trying to hold on. Valen coming back in, hacking the Tracer, getting Light out of the fight, and we will go to a 3rd point here to find our first control point winner.
Quite the scrap there at the end. I gotta give props to both teams, really. Their focus overall was great. There were good individual plays coming out from the DPS players, as well as the Winstons, who I think have been handling their jumps and positioning really well over the course of these fights. A couple slip-ups here and there from both sides, as is the nature of this.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think the adaptations they were making and their understanding of how to kind of engage and disengage on Mecha Base was pretty good. That said, Downtown's a little crazy. This one will certainly test them both. There are options here that either team could select, maybe a Widowmaker or an Ashe to try and throw someone off. I'm curious to see what Buck and Light go for if we get another Tracer duel or something different this time.
We have seen a lot of Ashe, maybe not as much on Control, so they're going to go with the Tracer and the Sombra is the choice. So you get more of these dive-be-dive compositions, and it's starting off perfect for Triumph. Sluggo, the first one to go down, so the sustain gone for Lunaris. Volby can do nothing but try and jump away, but no chance of staying alive, and the Control will go to Triumph. A very good first fight.
Yeah, Triumph knew exactly what they wanted to do there. They said, we're going to force the cooldowns out of the Moira, eliminate their greatest source of heals, and then go for the front line. And if anyone gets in our way, well, Off has turned on the microwave, and he's not afraid to use it. I mean, the bubbles have been great so far, protecting Niche while he was sitting there on the point without his jump, gave him enough time to try and get away from the DPS that were integrating onto the point, and now they have first capture. That said, not a lot of ultimates for either team, so they're going to have to play this kind of slow and hope for another one of those divisive picks to start the fight.
Volby not playing slow, though. Jumps in, onto those stairs where their back line is, cleaving that damage through, getting close to getting that Primal Rage. Life has to be careful, gets hit with the hack though, and the Coalescence follow-up through the EMP will clean this fight up for Triumph.
Right. It's not the hugest feather in anyone's cap, but Snappy has been building these Coalescences fast, even for a Moira. They obviously tend to build within 40 to 60 seconds, but he's consistently been having them almost every fight. And it's the little things that matter. It's that extra healing and damage, the cleave that allows to help you initiate or sustain through a fight that is giving Triumph the edge so far.
Giving them an edge and having them up to 57%. Snappy coming through to get the kill on the tree as well, so you don't even have the chance for the EMP to come through. You do use the sound barrier for Triumph. They lose Buck though in that 1v1 through the tracers, but Valen trying to build up to that EMP again. They're slowly but surely starting to lose this for Triumph. Trying to turn this back is off. They get Sluggo out, but the self-destruct will clear the point and give this flip over eventually to Lunaris, who has been able to take control of this fight.
A good stall at least, pushing us past that 85 or so % threshold that we generally describe one fight territory as. That said, a little too much of a commitment there. Buck got a bit greedy, tried to go for the pulse bomb stick, which would have been flashy and very nice. Instead, he pulls a profit and sticks a wall. Did not get much out of that. That said, Valen has built up another EMP. I'm talking about Snappy, but I should be talking about this guy. It feels like he has EMP every minute.
And there comes that EMP from Tree. Will grab players into the Graviton Surge, use the hack afterwards. Coalescence once again hits everybody. Triumph. Oh, the Lucio goes into it, and A&J into the Pulse Bomb, so there might be a chance still for Lunaris. The hack coming onto Noctis, though, will take care of him, and now you have 3 players still surging forward for Lunaris to keep this point. They're up to 42%.
It looked to be a promising fight. It looked like that EMP got a lot of value, but it didn't actually, again, the third time now, did not cancel out the sound barrier from Noctis. The timing was much closer that time. It looks like he's getting closer to understanding when the enemy Lucio is going to want to activate that sound barrier to try and cancel it, but he was off by maybe half a second or so. So they get that extra burst of healing, and that gives Lunaris the opening to start sustaining through that fight and getting the picks they need to maintain control.
Oh, speaking of sustain, you can sustain really well through a Coalescence, and Pure takes advantage of that to take care of Snappy. So now you have to get away without your Moira. So much healing gone for the side of Triumph. You can see that they're going away, and Lunaris doesn't want to let that happen. They're trying to stagger them out. EMP aggressively in this fight, not even letting them get back into those doors. And now they start to head back after they take their spoils.
I mean, sure, that works. But you use the Primal and the EMP, and Triumph are going to be able to recontest with at least a Pulse Bomb, a Sound Barrier, and a Coalescence. The Grav and the EMP will also build really fast, and Nisha's coming out onto the Wrecking Ball, so touching will not be a problem.
They get the touch, very easy for them to do that. Buck coming in with that Pulse Bomb, throws it right into the defense matrix though. Triumph hurting themselves with that. Self-destruct coming over the top, finds Paydirt onto Snappy, so you've lost out on your Moira. EMP will come out in desperation, but Triumph, that's all it is. A desperate attempt to try and hold on to this. Lunaris will win our first map and take a 1-0 lead over Triumph here in Contenders Trials North America.
I mean, a close match, as close as you like, really, especially in that last round. Both teams were really leveling up to one another, but ultimately it was the little things that really gave Lunaris the edge there. Slightly better ult timings, slightly better engages with the Coalescence comboed out. Snappy was getting picked off a couple times. We saw that unfortunate Pulse Bomb onto Anj that he just kind of saw at the last second, was like, okay, I'm going to die. You need to really iron out those little mistakes, because that's where you start to kind of get the edge over one another in a really close game like this. It's a game of inches at a certain point, so you really have to polish that up, because every time your EMP is going out and being countered by Sound Barrier, that's a paddle-in. Every time your Moira gets caught out before she can activate Coalescence, that's a paddle-in. These guys there's just little humps they need to get over to start bringing this back, but Junkertown could be a good place to make that happen.
The game of inches, maybe a game of pixels? Is that what we would want to say?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, most of these guys probably don't know our high-tier John Madden level analysis, so we kind of have to dumb it down for them.
Yeah,
an An inch is like a pixel, you guys. It's a small unit of measurement used in the physical world to describe a distance between two things. High-level stuff, I know, but we'll get you through it. That's what we're here for.
And high-level things we might be seeing here next on Junkertowns, because that looks like it's going to be our next map. Escort, of course, what we have coming up next. And as far as the way that the meta is currently constructed, and it's Junkertown, like Roadhog, probably. And it's so hard when you look at Control Thibble, because especially right now with just how the game is going, it's so different to go from Control to Junkertown or to any sort of map after the Control maps, because the differences feel a lot bigger right now because the meta is so up in the air.
Right. And I mean, Control has always been that Clown Fiesta game mode.
Yeah.
It's, there's that long-standing stat about Control is always the map type that the losing team is most likely to win, because you just have no idea how it's going to shake out. The whole, if you win the first fight on the round, 60% of the time you win the whole thing or whatever. Like, it's designed to be chaotic and fast-paced and really back and forth. Whereas when you start getting into your escorts and your hybrids and stuff like that, that's when you can start to see those gaps widen a bit. There's less space for chaos and randomness and more space for a team that has refined their strategies a little more to start flexing those strategies. That could mean Lunaris continue their winning ways here and go up 2-0. But this is also one of the better opportunities for Triumph to start bringing it back, because they could have some sort of set strat or different composition that they could use here that they might be a little better on.
Well, and that's the thing. We've seen a lot of Ashe, especially on the escort type maps, or just after the Control, right? Like Ashe has been pretty prevalent. You think about Junkertown, always been a Widowmaker map, always has been a sniper map because of the long sight lines, especially at the beginning. So those possibilities are definitely there. It's just a matter of what do these teams feel like they're going to have the best opportunity to win. So we're going to see, I think it's Triumph is going to be the team defensively first, and they are going to come out with the Ashe and the Widowmaker. And, well, Roadhog is here. Here he is, along with the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I'm interested for the Wrecking Ball. Of course, everyone that's been playing Ranked understands that Hog Zarya is like kind of the popular play at the moment. Buck here is just kind of thinking about his life, running into barrels. That's 2020 in a nutshell, man. Sometimes you're just kind of running into a wall. And you're not. It's okay, buddy. It gets better. I promise. Yeah, I mean, this is, besides the Wrecking Ball, this is about what I expect from a defense for sure. The Zen's an interesting choice as well, but Snappy's been doing okay. His Moira might need some work on his cooldowns, but otherwise, what am I to say? I'm in plat. But yeah, I mean, the thing really to watch out for here are these snipers versus a Sombra and a Tracer, it looks like. They could be putting a lot of pressure on that backline, so they'll have to be smart with their angles and their positioning.
Valen was looking for that Tracer to come through like that from Light. Just missed the headshot at the beginning, but you can see that they're playing back. They want control of the longest sight lines possible for both the Ashe and the Widowmaker. So now you've got to try and come around those corners into where those areas are being controlled by both of those long-range heroes. Obviously, you have a composition that wants to go together, dive onto targets in this dive that they're running for Lunaris, and now you see them start to come in, and before Bulby can even get there, Bulby goes down. They just kite away and take care of that dive as it comes in. They're going to be able to now collapse onto this cart and take control and force these players back, and Triumph looked really good there on the initial start.
Right, so as they were backing up and kiting Lunaris like that, I was almost going to comment that I'm worried that they're giving up too much space, but obviously they proved me wrong before I even got the thought out of my mouth. So yes, they did give up this whole first corner sort of section, though the cart is backing up, but that gave them all these openings to make sure that their divers couldn't even get to the backline in time. Pretty much the only person that can do that is the Sombra, but that said, that's not necessarily enough. This one pick from Light is not necessarily enough.
Snappy can get rezzed right back into the fight too, and you can see they're playing in very close proximity, the Ashe, the Mercy, and the Zenyatta, and then you kind of have your Widowmaker on flanks, watching different sight lines that the Ashe is in, and then you have your Roadhog and your Wrecking Ball doing whatever they want because they can just run around, because they can just live forever.
Right, and this is so good for Triumph because they split up the team so effectively, and their Lunaris' composition is so focused on working together. So this is a good spot for Triumph.
and now they can just look at a target that they want to focus on when those players decide to get aggressive. Their minds are in the way of Bolby, and now the initiator for the team in Lunaris is already down. Now your flanking DPS can do nothing but try and get in by themselves. They don't have that protection of the Winston, and now they've lost Pierre's mech, and they're just going to be forced back.
Man, in terms of time, this is like 3 fight wins for the price of 1. You split up the team. Lunaris have to take some time to figure out how they're going to get back together. Then Off says, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm just going to drop a bunch of mines directly on your Winston and your Moira, and then I'm going to kill them. And that's another win. And then you stagger out the Diva and whoever's left. So fantastic work here so far from Triumph. Another pick onto Bolby as he swaps onto the Wrecking Ball to try and get a more decisive engagement. I mean, what can you do? Lunaris are really struggling here to figure out how they're going to approach this, because unless they figure out something decisive, they're getting picked apart. The cart will stop here unless they get something figured out, like right now.
We're under the minute mark already. They do have their EMP that they can hit multiple targets with. Looking at the supports, already have burnt down the Zenyatta. Now looking for A&J. So the 2 eliminations come through. Self-destruct onto the cart will allow it to start to move. The Bob is out, but the Bob is not doing anything. Buck just goes onto the cart to try and stall it, but this will be the take of this point, but they're really low on time.
Right, and even if they get it right now, I'm not sure with that. Oh, wow, okay, they are contesting again.
Surprising thing that they're doing. Nobody's able to get their ANG. Wasn't able to stay in the trans. They just used that ult for nothing. Maybe Snappy switches.
I hope he does. It looks like they are. It looks like he and Orange are both swapping up to a more brawly sort of rushed comp for Streets, but they're getting horribly staggered. And yeah, it makes more sense. Those support ults make more sense now that we know that they were switching.
Right.
But wow, that was just not the recontest I would have gone for, because now Lunaris are going to get through at least another third of the Streets phase for free. And yeah, you've got 2 tank ults coming online, but you just reset half your ult economy coming into a fight where Lunaris have at least 2, maybe 3 ultimates.
They do come back in, though. Off throws those mines out all over the place. It will at least force them back from the cart, having to kind of wait that out. They will fight for control on that high ground. The cart starts to move again thanks to Bolby and company. And Sluggo has that coalescence that they're ready for in this next fight. Kind of just waiting in the wings right now, and Tree with the EMP just going to get into position to use this. But in the meantime, because of how long this setup has taken, Valen has found Sluggo and taken them out. Bolby moves the cart a little bit, but now Lunaris has to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, the staggers are rough on an already stressed out time bank here for Lunaris. At the very least, they pulled out the minefield and just held on to everything they had. They're coming up with 5 ultimates here. But that also gave Triumph the time to build up a Pulse Bomb, half a Deadeye, almost 3/4 of a Nano Boost here. In another long extended fight, or if there are more staggers coming online, as there have been most of the series, Triumph could hold here. Though, of course, I said that last time, and look where we are.
They could hold, but it looks like it's not going to happen. Already 2 players going down. Tree able to get that elimination on. The Wrecking Ball slamming in, and Bolby trying to deal with Off. Off trying to come back in, but they have been forced away again. Triumph, even though they have this time bank under a minute, being forced to be stuck here. They're going to try for that last second contest. Come right back in, self-destruct into the air to try and force players back. Off goes down, High Noon coming through, flashbang kill onto 1 here, eating a lot of that whole hog. Sound barrier to keep everybody alive for Lunaris. And now they should be able to get through to this next point. Light killing 3 in a row.
Yeah, Light popping off there, and at this point Triumph are just trying to kill time on the clock. The time bank itself is already not great, so they have that at least to make themselves feel a little better. Oh no, I think Tree was trying to eat a mines to give a little more ult charge to Noctis and didn't realize how much health he had. That said, they'll have enough time to regroup here. The Nano Deadeye, I respect it. I respect in general the attempt at the recontest from Triumph, but ultimately it was not enough. At the very least, they can be happy that it pulled out a lot of ultimates to kind of reset the economy on both sides. Now Anj has a rally, so they can re-engage here before it comes around this next corner, but that will also depend on if Niche can get a reasonable hook to kind of start off the fight.
Exactly. Have to have a good hook come through. They do get the hook on the Bolby, but the Coalescence keeps alive that main tank for Lunaris. Buck on the flank trying to deal with Tree, who's on that Reaper on the high ground. Has the Pulse Bomb available. Valen and A&J combining for 2. And now Triumph can get aggressive. Force back the rest of Lunaris. 45 seconds left.
And that was actually really good from Buck, not because it was a flashy play or he got the kill or the stick or anything like that, but he kept Tree distracted. Tree's whole plan was to walk over to the tanks and hold left click until they died, but he was focusing on trying to take down a Tracer from long range, and that, for a Reaper, is generally not the play. So, smart work from him. Ooh, and a nice hook into the Deadeye here.
Allows for them to take care of that D.Va already at the beginning. So Buck has a free Pulse Bomb onto whoever. Nice bash coming through onto the high ground too from A&J, and that stops the Pulse Bomb, and then the Pulse Bomb missed though on the other end from Buck, but that's okay. They have won this fight for Triumph. They have stopped this cart with 4 seconds left. They'll clean up the last few players left alive. The overtime meter will go, but no one will be able to get there for Lunaris. They have stopped this. A good win condition set for Triumph.
Certainly, very winnable for them. If they can attack as effectively as they were defending throughout most of that, I think they'll be in pretty good shape. Interesting, I think, or not interesting, because, yeah, of course, Light's going to stay on the Tracer. He was getting mileage out of it throughout the entire map. But this last phase is definitely where Tracer is at her weakest, I would say, on Junkertown. And you can never forget that Brigida's original name is the Tracer Eraser. So if you're going to be playing Tracer into Brigida, you need to be careful, because sometimes you will get shield bashed, drop a Pulse Bomb on your own shoe, and die, which is exactly what happened to him, bless his heart. I mean, still, though, great attack from Lunaris. They were able to clutch it out, even though their time bank was not the greatest. They would have loved a couple minutes of that back, especially on that first point where they were kind of getting picked apart by the Widow. But their defense is a second chance. If they hold more effectively than Triumph did, here's some John Madden analysis for you. If they hold better than Triumph, they'll win the map. So there's still a chance for them to hold here in the first phase or in Streets phase, and frankly, they'll be scot-free for all of their poor engages on that first point attack, and for the Pulse Bomb dropped on Light Shoe.
They're playing that same composition that they were kind of finishing with there. They have the Reaper again, but you're seeing the poke come out from Triumph. That poke style composition that they were running with the Hog.
Yeah.
I think Off might have spotted out early on where they were, and then just backed away. And now here comes all of Lunaris in, and Tree will get that first elimination onto Niche, forcing back the players of Triumph into spawn. So they are camping the spawn doors right now for Lunaris.
Sure, and I mean, Dive Comp especially is good at this, like, hold right at the doors, buy yourself an extra fight type strategy, just because their whole point is to get right in your face. They're right at home here. That said, as soon as they start falling, if they start falling, there you go, they lose all their teeth, basically.
And that's exactly what's been happening here. Trying to fight back into this, though, is Light. Still, the cart hasn't been able to move for Triumph, so even though they got a couple of these picks early on, they still haven't been able to fully finish this off, get this cart going. Sluggo has stalled this for so long. I mean, they still have 3 minutes, but a very good first fight coming out from Lunaris.
Right, and a great way to stagger the time bank there for Lunaris. It's a minute and change, but also Triumph staggered out the last couple people for Lunaris pretty well. So they should be able to get it well around this next bend here before Lunaris really want to put together a good re-engage. Keep an eye on Light, because his Pulse Bomb could crack this open if he's smart about it. Might go for the Brigida or the Zark.
So the mines come out at the beginning. Light not throwing out that Pulse Bomb yet, had that first pick off, now throws the Pulse Bomb onto Buck, so both of the DPS are gone, but doesn't matter because the tanks and the supports are enough for Triumph to win this, and they are looking so much better through this initial part of the map than what we saw happen on the other side for Lunaris when they were on attack.
Oh, and a great stacker. Oh, the Parkour Brigida coming out from Anj. I see you up there, Moth Jr., popping up onto the high ground. Look at him! That shouldn't be legal. That's not real. Nightmare Parkour Brigida can't hurt you. Nightmare Parkour Brigida jumps onto the high ground. Still, though, gets taken down by Noctis, of all people. It's an interesting re-engage, I guess, from both sides. Both of them are just like, yeah, we'll use weird strats and start jumping places we shouldn't be and then picking each other.
And this is where things are different than what we saw happen when Triumph was on defense, because you do have the chance here for Lunaris to try and have this early hold. Not going their way, the rally will make sure that the armor keeps players up for Triumph. Valen just looking for players to target onto, and now they're starting to jump away for Lunaris. So actually might be a faster Streets phase too, depending on how this goes. Off able to track down Volby, not able to get the kill though, but does have the mines for this next fight.
Off's Wrecking Ball honestly might be one of the better ones in NA right now, at least at the Trials level. I haven't done my full research and comparison there. I love this composition from Triumph. It is the prickliest. It says, yeah, dive into me. Go ahead. Never mind, Sluggo says, I don't need to.
They had ultimates, and that's what they did. Coalescence and the Self-Destruct combining for 4 kills. Valen and Niche will get 2, but that's all it will be, is getting 2 back.
Expensive fight on both sides. I don't know if I like that. Sluggo, of course, with the Coalescence is fine. You build one like you freaking build a Hot Pocket in the microwave. But after that, I mean, sure, the Diva Bomb gets some mileage out of it, but Triumph contesting there with ultimates seems a bit off because you start 2 men down. That's not really a situation you want to try and clutch back from. And now they don't really have anything to recontest until Bob comes up.
And Bob, they're not even able to use because Buck goes down. So they lose out on one of the ultimates that they would have had. They're now in a 6v5, stuck in a room right where they want them to be for Lunaris. Lunaris just waiting for them to come out, have all of their weapons ready, hack onto the Wrecking Ball and off, and now they're slowly but surely just getting staggered out. They've got to figure out what they want to do for Triumph.
Yeah, this is a rough one. You really need to start backing up here, and when that looks like what they're doing, they're just going to rotate back out. Even a couple men down, you definitely don't want to try and push too aggressively into Triumph because they could CC you to high heaven, and there goes your awesome defense. That said, that little stagger right there is going to cost them an extra 30 seconds, but man, Off is just everywhere, and here comes the Bob.
Bob is forcing the cart to move, but Volby, Light, and Noctis getting the first 3 kills for Lunaris. Bob doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter if Bob can try and do something. This is another fight win for Lunaris on this Streets phase, and we're down to 1:45 for Triumph.
So I respect Off's attempts to just be in the back line and be a nuisance, but Lunaris are so good at turning around and dealing with him, especially with the Sombra online, that you really maybe have to kind of rethink how you're going to do that. That said, now that he's got the minefield, I'm sure he's going to rush in and initiate with it, which has been effective so far. But Triumph are going to have to be smart about the coordination with these ultimates to try and break this point open. I'm fine if they use them all to get this, because they'll have the Graviton Surge and probably a good chunk of a Deadeye for the next fight. But they have to make sure they're getting value out of the rally, out of the mines, and out of the Nano Boost.
So they throw the Nano Boost onto their McCree at the beginning, and Buck does make it work. Valen coming in as well, throw out the Pulse Bomb, and it's able to get a kill. So the ultimate's working for the side of Triumph to allow them to get to this final part of the map. And remember, they don't have far to go here at the end. They do have a larger time bank than what we saw Lunaris enter the final part.
Something I didn't even take into account because my brain has recently been ironed, but Snappy nano boosting the McCree to make sure he builds up a Deadeye to have for the next fight is amazing. Perfect. Chef's kiss. I love it. Because now you have both of those ultimates coming online, and that Pulse Bomb is not getting anything out of it. This is a really good start for Triumph.
And now the Deadeye is popped, allowing for the cart to start to move. Players have to back away from the cart. Now they can come back in with that EMP, self-destruct over the top with it, and it's a triple kill from Pure to throw this back over for Lunaris. 1:37, and with where the card is stopped, they can hold all of these little choke areas that you have to try and come through if you're Triumph.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great angle. Triumph held from this exact angle on their defense, and now Lunaris get their turn. I mean, just a great bomb there coming out. What can you do against something like that? At the very least, Triumph died quickly, and they didn't use much. They didn't get much value out of the Deadeye, and they said, don't worry about it. We'll get what we can, and then lose this fight and come back with the next one.
Graviton Surge thrown out, grabbing Volby in, but Valen is able to get Noctis, who was in there too. Tree trying to back away, and Triumph with their Sombra getting close to that EMP and getting close to that golden box of victory. Having to wait is Balby for the rest of the team to come back. They are going to get one more opportunity to stop this cart. In comes the dive on towards that backline. Pulse bomb through, not going to get anything, but Bolby is down. Snappy able to finish that one off, trying to stay alive, grabs the health pack, throws that hook out. Now the whole hog to force the players back. Nobody on the cart to stall in time. EMP will make sure they can't get there, and Triumph will even us up 1-1.
Great focus there from Triumph overall. Snappy getting a really key bionade onto both tanks for Lunaris, and they just instantly turned on Bolby. Poor guy never had a chance. At that point, they have tons of space to work with. They've built up a couple ultimates, powerful zoning tools, and when you're that close to the end of the map, that's all you need. So yeah, just zone them off long enough to push the cart, push them away with the whole hog. Say, yeah, come over here. I'm just going to EMP you. And now you're a Lucio that's riding around on roller skates that are like missing half their wheels. All your Lucio O's are on the floor. Just there's milk everywhere. Nothing you can do. So I think a great defense, I think, from Triumph to enable them to only need to push that far. And then a great understanding of like, let's just build up these couple ultimates that we'll need, get a couple smart picks off of that anti-nade if we can get it, and then push it all the way home.
The one thing we see for sure, though, is Lunaris is a team that's in this, though. Like, this was close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, both maps so far have been. This is a nice back-and-forth series. Neither team is really spilling the spaghetti as much as perhaps my last metaphor implied. They're both in it. They're both playing really smart. They're using their ultimates in great combination with one another. There's only some minor slip-ups, some minor separations, or weird ultimates, perhaps. But, you know, statistically, it's inevitable. That's going to happen. There's nothing here that screams to either team, you guys are in trouble. Fix it now. Oh, my God. This is a nice, clean series from both of them, and I'm really excited to see where it goes next.
Yeah, we'll get your bowl of spaghetti now because we got a little bit of time before we get back into the next map. So we'll see you here in a few minutes.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just what we're doing.
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill!
Let's go. Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
Magzan. I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then two captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Fire, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%. Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly. Oh, and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We've got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
We're all tied up after 2 maps, 1-1 between Triumph and Lunaris. Labosco here alongside me. I've got Thibbledork getting ready for our next map, Temple of Anubis. And, you know, as far as things changing or staying the same, well, it's a possibility that we can see anything here on Anubis, especially with nobody really knowing what the meta quite is just yet.
Right. It's been so hard to predict kind of what you're going to be stuck with compositionally, or what teams are going to go with, I should say. No one's stuck with anything. But the meta is definitely not solidified yet, which to me, frankly, is really exciting because we're in that Wild West phase where, yeah, teams are kind of starting to move towards this, you know, maybe a throwback to Dive, maybe some Hog Zarya here and there, but there's always room for a little cheese. And you never know what you're going to get. And Anubis is definitely one of those maps where you could pull out something a little weird. We've seen some Junkrat, we've seen some Mei. Naga was doing really well with the Mei, I believe, on Junkertown and Anubis in the game that I cast on Monday. So there's space for stuff like that here on Anubis, which is exciting.
Yeah, definitely is. And you look at it here, I mean, Triumph looking really good on that last map, especially now that we've change things up, but it's been close the entire time. So it's hard to really have a read on anything, but we get to jump back into this map here in just a second. And I mean, Lunaris putting up a fight, though, I think is very, very good to see because they are a team sitting at the bottom trying not to end up as one of those teams that gets sent back to open division. And you think about the names on this team too, like Bolby, Sluggo, like these Noctis, these are names that people know from the tier 2 scene. Like these are all good players.
Certainly, yeah. It's been really interesting to watch as, of course, we go through our bi-weekly roster shuffle and like, okay, you're going to be on Triumph this week. We're going to move you over to Noble for this week, and the next week you'll be over on Revival. Like, there's a great mix of players from a bunch of these like foundational teams, like Old Man Strength, Dark Mode, or anything like that.
Old Man Strength.
And they're just kind of like all scattered across. I loved Old Man Strength so much. Greatest branding, I think, in Tier 3. So yeah, I mean, all these teams have players that have known each other and played against one another and played with one another. But that also, it makes for some very interesting storylines getting in here, but it also means that the level of play is pretty even because a lot of these players know each other and like, okay, I know so-and-so really likes playing Sigma here or something like that. Maybe he'll try to incorporate that strategy onto his new team that he left before or, you know, whatever. So there's tons of space for a little cheese here on Anubis. We are seeing some Genji Ashe coming out, and I like the Brig Ana here. I think this is a really good, like I said, it's kind of like the thorny rose bush. It's like, yeah, go ahead and dive onto me, see what happens. Oh no, we're not getting Orisa? What a shame. Just kidding.
Yeah, I'm not upset about that either. I'm sure somewhere Rich Rad right now is very upset, but that's okay. The dive coming through again for the side of Lunaris. They've got Tree on the Doomfist, so they are going to go with the Doom. They know there's the Genji, and actually Tree's going to make the switch over to the Reaper.
Yeah, I think they see here that they're running a Genji Ashe, and they just figure, okay, let's try and just move past the DPS as best we can and focus on the tanks. That said, the Brigida is going to make that kind of difficult for them. And I don't think this is a common play, so this could kind of throw Lunaris off a bit.
Well, the dive doesn't even work because Volby gets pulled out of the air by the hook from Niche, and then the first elimination comes from that Roadhog, who can be super aggressive, and the Genji just can finish players off. Volby the next one to fall. Sure, they lose Niche, but that's okay. They've won this fight for Triumph. Their defense holds strong.
Oh yeah, and I mean staggered out enough that Niche should have enough time to waddle back over to the point, slow as he is. But they have to be careful though. Giving Tree that many openings is going to mean that he's got Death Blossom pretty quick. He's already at 70%, which is almost keeping time with Valen and Buck. But obviously a fight win for Triumph means that they're going to be ahead no matter what. Especially, oh my goodness, with dinks like that. Valen has been such a playmaker for this team, like a real bright spot, and he is continuing that trend.
Has the bob and gets the shot off onto Tree, was ready for that player to come through. The blade coming through from Buck, only able to get one. Even fight so far. Tree on that high ground, able to get Valen out, but this is still going to be a win in the end for Triumph. They've got that Roadhog who can really deal with those players, and you have Off on the high ground who can use those bubbles to keep them in. Niche just ate that pulse bomb and stays alive. Might have been able to use that whole hog for a little bit longer if he didn't hit it, but he wasn't able to move out of the way. Players starting to come back in now for Triumph. Throw out the Graviton Surge, and it hits nothing. But it's okay because they're still turning this fight in the favor of the defense. They do lose Buck, though, is the only problem. Valen having to drop off of that high ground. This is a staggered out fight.
Pure went to chase off Buck on the Genji, and I don't know where he went, but wherever he was not where his team needed him to be, because Lunaris, again, they're running a composition that really focuses on being together and using their combined strength and DPS to overcome the more mid-range, long-range damage provided by the Ana, the Ashe, the Genji, and so on. So that separation, that split kind of push is not working for Lunaris. They need to be able to roll through like together. But so far, Niche and Off have not been letting that happen.
Off back on that high ground too, just taking those players out as they come. Self-destruct thrown in, but it ends up on the high ground and not in a position where anybody can get hit from it. So you're just kiting things so well. If you're Triumph, you're able to deal with the dive as it comes in. And now Lunaris is really looking like the team in trouble.
Oh yeah, and what's looking good for Triumph is that every fight I have a different person to talk about. That time it was Snappy getting the great anti-nade there in that hallway, much like he did towards the end of Junkertown, and just letting his team handle the tanks as they pushed up. Then Pure gets staggered in Baby Diva and runs all the way back to spawn and swaps to Hog. Completely resets his ult economy. And yeah, they've got 2 support ults and a Death Blossom, but Triumph could graviton this, they can rally. I mean, they literally have all their options coming online, and there are 15 seconds left. Lunaris need a miracle at this point.
You know, it's desperation mode when you make a swap right when there's about 30 seconds left. Light the first one down to the Ashe being so effective. A&J, the next one to fall. So it's an even 5v5. They get the touch on to start the overtime, and now the Nano Blade is out from Buck, slashing in onto that Roadhog. Finally gets the kill onto Pure, and might have been a little bit too focused on the Hog in the Graviton Surge, because Lunaris is able to keep themselves in this one, clear the point, and take it thanks to Tree and Co.
Yeah, I definitely think Triumph made the call to focus on the Hog, and at the very least they're all working together on a call that was called, but I don't know if it was the right one. He had too much sustain there. He didn't get anti-nated. He just got slept. So he was able to take a breather through that, survive the damage of the Nano Blade, and then just help turn it around and regroup with his team. If Buck had maybe focused on a squishier target, that might have gone a different way. But of course, hindsight is the year we're in. So we'll have to see if this rally is enough to kind of prevent a snowball.
I think that's what they call iron. You know, something that's ironic, right? That about this year. What's not ironic is Valen on this, but the Tree with the triple, the quad kill coming out from the Death Blossom. Valen, the only one left alive on the point to try and stall this out. So after a dire first point, Lunaris coming back here on the second point, having to just take care of stragglers as they come back in. Sluggo making sure to keep Tree up in this one. Light coming back in on the Doomfist, gets a kill, and now the Primal Rage keeping Valen at bay, and Bolby coming back onto the point right as they cap it. This went from great for Triumph to disastrous at the end. Now a decent time bank for Lunaris, all things considered.
Oh yeah, I mean, given how that first attack was going, to pull away with almost 2 minutes is definitely something you'll take. That was such an interesting and varied rotation on their first attack there. Going around the left side from their perspective and under the bridge where the Mega Health Pack is. Meanwhile, Tree rotating through mid so he has high ground over that, and then just kind of Goomba stomping on people's heads and pressing Q, which... Sure, not the most refined strategy in the world, but you can't deny the effectiveness there. He had waited until the cooldowns were out, till the Zarya bubbles were gone, and the more greater burst sustain tools like the Onanade and the armor packs were finished, and just started melting through people. He was in the perfect position. They definitely planned out that sort of push. I hope we don't get a tweet later. It's just like, yeah, we just decided to go for that, which is sometimes a thing that happens. But it looked like
it worked.
Right, yeah. Sometimes you're like, that was such a clearly refined and amazing play, and then you see a tweet and it's just like, yeah, we didn't really know what to do, so we thought we'd just, I don't know, press W in a certain direction and see what happened. In any case, it worked. It looked really good. It got them a great time bank here. Now Triumph will have to try and beat that, hopefully with a little more time in the bank if they can. But they'll take whatever they can get. They need to cap the second point to keep the game winnable or at least drawable and stay in this series.
When in doubt, John Madden it out. Just push the button.
Score more points than the other team. Don't let them score more points than you.
Exactly. Buck is still playing on this Genji. Goes onto the high ground. They're starting to rotate around to that left side where that Mega Health Pack is. Hook misses from Niche. Had an opportunity, but they still are able to chase down Pure with great effect. So, keeping themselves in front are Triumph. So, their defense may have had trouble at the end. Their offense, though, looking pretty good. But Tree, able to get snappy out. Maybe a chance here, but no. Lunaris, too many players lost. This kill, and then there's the hook onto Tree. He can wraith away, but he's going to go down.
Oh, yeah, you can run, but you can't hide, except maybe he can.
Is he?
He's kind of doing it. I mean, a road.
He uses the blossom!
Oh, come on.
Gets the kill onto A&J. He's able to do it!
This is not fair. This should not be happening. But at the same time, it totally is. A great recontest here and a pause. Looks like we have a disconnect from Light.
So Lunaris losing out on a player after Tree on this Reaper. Only player left in a 2v1 has turned this around. Now we've got to wait this one out, see how long this will end up going for. But my gosh, I mean, you look at that. Thibble, like, I thought Lunaris was done there, and now they've got a chance to maybe win this.
It's really tricky. I think Triumph should really take a look at how they designate who focuses who, and maybe move the guy who's playing Roadhog away from the I'm here to take care of Reaper duty. Because I don't know if they've heard, but Reaper's really good against Roadhog, and when he hits, he's healed for 30% of the damage he deals. And when he's hitting a big meaty boy like Niche on the Roadhog, he regains a lot of health. So that's what actually let him stay in that. He had maybe 10 or 15 health, ran over to the mini health pack, turned and just shot Niche right in the belly. And that's really all he needed to sustain through, get the ultimate, pick off a squishy there, and bring this fight back entirely for Lunaris. Triumph could walk away from this without even getting a tick. And that is rough because they were picking Lunaris apart. I was going to talk about how Valen swapping over to the Sombra is such a great wrinkle. So many of these heroes that Lunaris are using rely on their cooldowns to be really effective. And if you can isolate someone and take them out early, like he did, you can get a lot done. So now we're looking at a potential future where, despite the great start to that fight, you don't get anything out of it. Now we're going back in, though. Let's see what happens.
Well, it's only off that's available on the point for Triumph, and they're going to have to reset. It's as simple as that, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, great start, but not enough. You need to not get clutched out 2v1 versus a Reaper. You need to think about how you approach him, because Tree is putting in the work, and he is not afraid to turn you into braised pork belly and eat you. Because it's Roadhog. You get it. Anyway, Triumph
I was thinking of some pork now, thanks.
Ooh, yeah, that does sound good. Anywho, Triumph recontesting here. A great hook to start it off again. I mean, Niche has been on fire, but Buck goes down early.
Had the bubble available to throw on from Pure onto Boldy, so that's what allows for Boldy to stay alive through this. Use the Primal Rage now and can just harass those players back. Now the Tesla Cannon damage can cleave those players back into that Mega Health Pack room. They use the whole hog to force them back, but they've lost Snappy. They have to try and get out of there. They've got the chance for Lunaris to collapse in on them. They're actually going to be able to get out no problem. Lunaris doesn't want to lose anybody and lose the advantage they've created.
Right, but Tree goes down there. I think they've Triumph has started to understand, hey, that's kind of where their bread is buttered. Let's just take this guy out so our tanks can get some work done. Here comes the blade grab.
Sound barrier keeping the players alive for the moment, but the EMP off the back will allow for that blade to come through and cleave through with that damage through. And now Triumph will be able to look and see that second point. Tree might be able to win a 2v1, but a 4v1's a tall task, and will think better of it and not even be able to get away.
I'm so proud of Valen. A single tear is rolling down my gamer cheek. He waited until the sound barrier came out and then used his EMP, completely nullifying the ultimate and definitely securing that fight, plus an expended sound barrier for Triumph. Now they're in great shape. They have a sound barrier of their own coming through. They maybe save it, try and pull out the grab and the bomb and Death Blossom or whatever they can get on this first fight, since they have a pretty decent time bank. But I mean, that was great for him.
Oh, nice use of the Graviton Surge by Lunaris, though. They don't even give a chance over to Triumph. They do use the sound barrier, but that sustain was not enough. They were ready for it on the side of Lunaris. Buck, by the way, making that switch over to a Reaper himself.
Right, which I think is fine. I think given the composition that Lunaris are running, I just wish Anj wouldn't have used that sound barrier. They handled it perfectly. They pulled out the grab and the Death Blossom. Sure, there's a Primal and a Bomb, but those aren't like fight-winning ultimates necessarily. Wait, have the sound barrier ready, and then bring it back for the next fight. Now they're going to get... Oh, never mind. Niche is actually popping off. Okay, let's see what happens here.
Tree got caught out, and Niche was able to take advantage of that with the whole hog. So now you have a two-player advantage for Triumph. Have to be careful, though, because the Coalescence is keeping them back. So Noctis getting slept, though, and Snappy falling means Triumph can't get as aggressive as they thought, and now they're forced back again by Lunaris. So even though it looked good at the beginning, for Triumph, Lunaris able to weather the storm.
Right, a nice surprise whole hog there from Niche, really kind of throwing them off, and they were definitely in his face and caught a mouthful of scrap. But everyone that wasn't immediately there was able to back up, utilize the Coalescence to kind of sustain through any more attempts from Triumph to take advantage of that man advantage that they had developed. And if you're not winning a fight cleanly in 2CP, you're not winning the fight. And if Tree comes in with a flank Death Blossom and kills two of you, you're also not winning the fight.
Yep, and now just able to continue to build ultimates for Lunaris. Look at the bank they have.
Right, they've got 3. Pulse Bomb and Coalescence both build really fast. Anja's 70% to the sound barrier. Snappy cannot figure out which flex support he wants to play, which, trust me, man, I get it. It's tough, but like he's got to commit. The time banks now are even, and it's paused. Wow, I timed that perfectly. I'm really good at this. Is that a caster curse? Does that count?
I don't know what that is, because you timed it perfectly, but not only that, look at the time banks for both teams. They both are a minute 55 to pause.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
I literally said the time banks are now even, and then it paused and left the time bank. I don't know, dude. This is I'm still figuring out the superpowers that they gave us. You know, the special serum they injected when we said we wanted to be casters. The thing that lets us caster curse people. But yeah, I didn't know it did that. So we're still working on this, guys. I mean, you know, we're not at the Overwatch League level where we can manipulate time and space with our brains and our words yet.
They gave them instructions. They didn't give us anything.
Yeah, this they're kind of going for a new experimental, like Montessori style, where it's just like you got to learn through doing. And so we're figuring out how we can freeze time and make people die in game instantly and stuff like that. All the things casters do. Anywho, Triumph were getting ready to start re-engaging there. They have an EMP and a Grav ready, which is a great combo. 72% towards a 72% for a Death Blossom, 73 for a Sound Barrier. Both of those could come online over the course of a more extended fight. And we're getting back into it here. Lunaris have 3 ultimates, the Grav, the Primal, and the Sound Barrier, which they could use to nullify quite a bit if they're careful.
Well, they're going to throw that grab out very quickly. Both grabs coming out, but it's looking better for Lunaris. They are the ones that get the kills. They are the ones that hold on to this, and now the time bank shrinks again for Triumph.
I admire Triumph's confidence to get caught in a 4-man Grav and think, yeah, let's commit Grav and EMP to this fight. That said, I think we can all see how that went, which is not well. Some decisions. We get some swaps here now, the Diva and the Tracer instead of the Zarya and the Sombra. But I don't know if those were because they actually intended to switch. Oh, goodness.
And it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. The Pulse Bomb in when they try to go into that little room, hits multiple players, and Tree can clean everything else up with those Hellfire shotguns. And now they look to spawn camp. They are playing at the doors, Thibble.
I respect this so much, and I feel like Triumph are really just starting to spill their spaghetti, and Lunaris smell the marinara on the floor.
Well, they even use the Death Blossom. Don't get anything from it for Buck. They do have somebody backcapping though.
No.
They do have that, but that doesn't matter. It forces players back, but that's all it does. And now we're down to 33 seconds.
No. This is not how Triumph want this to go at all. The cheeky back cap attempt is something that only happens if you already have like 2 ticks online. You need all 6 of you there. You need to be committing decisively. You need to not be wasting ultimates. The last like 3 or 4 they've used have gotten nothing. And now the Nano Hole Hog is coming out. Maybe they get something here, but they've got a long way to go. They need to still get to point. They need to still tap 3 ticks to stay in this map.
And that's not what's happening for them. They've already lost some players, though actually they're turning it here. They've been able to get 2, so they're onto the point. Graviton Surge pulling those players in. Everybody staying alive. Pulse Bomb through, manages to get 1, but they are still in control for Triumph. Lunaris trying to come back in, swinging back in is Bolby on that Wrecking Ball, stalling for as long as possible, but Valen on the Tracer uses the recall, staying up, Nidge helping to finish those players off. And now they have a Pulse Bomb they can throw out here at anybody who gets close. They are able to do this in overtime. Not enough kills coming through. Tree made the switch over to the Bastion. Does get a kill, but that's it. Triumph able to complete the map.
All right. They grabbed their spoons and their forks. They scooped up their spaghetti and they put it back in the bowl. And they said, we can play the game Overwatch, and we can win a round of 2 CP. We can stay in this map. Now, though, they're fighting for a draw. They have a minute 55 to hold here, and they need to not give up a single tick. They did pretty well on their first defense, mind you, at least for the first couple minutes until those last couple fights there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they were starting to slip up in a big way there on their attack. They need to mentally reset and say, hey, guys, That wasn't clean. That wasn't necessarily what we wanted. We would have loved to have capped both points with 3 minutes left or whatever. Didn't happen. We just have to put together the best defense we can and hope that this goes to a draw, because we could walk out of this map still tied 1-1, and that's a great position for Triumph. So this composition, they're running the same sort of composition they did on their first defense. It was quite effective, but I'm curious to see how Lunaris adapt to it, either in terms of their rotations, maybe coming through mid instead of that right side, the small choke, or if this composition that they're showing us is actually what they're going to stick with. Orion Zarya might give them a little more cover against the Roadhog, but they'll still have to be careful of the sheer damage a Dynamite thrown over that shield or a Genji dashing through your team can do. I like the swap to Mei as well. That could be pretty useful. Let's see.
Definitely things that they are doing for Lunaris to ensure that they can deal with this composition that they had trouble. So we do get to see some Reinhardt, you know. I'm happy with this. I'm cool with the fact that they are trying something that they think will work against the composition that they've been seeing Triumph do here on this defense. They throw the Mei wall up, just trying to block the damage, forcing the Ashe to have to move. They go aggressively in onto A&J, and now nothing that can be done from Triumph. Their players are too scattered. There's too much point control for Lunaris, and Lunaris is going to be able to build themselves up to a 2-1 lead over Triumph.
That Mei was everything they needed it to be. A great separation of that high ground angle, which completely cut off the supports from the main front line there. And just not enough burst damage from a composition like that to really deal with the wall effectively. Both times he used it, it got great value, and that's really all you need. You need the one fight to win. So Lunaris coming out with a bit of cheese here. Well, if you can call it that. It's not like Mei's the cheesiest hero ever. It's been like a staple for most of the Overwatch League season. She's a niche pick with some great value in select situations. Let's call it that. And she got exactly the value she needed and did exactly what she needed to do.
Yeah.
So I think a great adaptation there coming out from Lunaris, a great conversation had in the setup phase there to say, hey, we know they're going to be holding high ground. What if we just block that off? Just eliminate that sight line entirely, freeze out the Roadhog who can't do anything, just have the Reaper walk over and just blast him in the face and win the map. So
and what was their composition going to do once everybody was on the point too? You know, you have to have some sort of, you have to have somebody contest, and who's going to contest? Your Roadhog? I mean, your Roadhog and your Ball or your Winston, whatever. Doesn't matter. The tanks didn't really matter at that point. They're just going to get destroyed. There's just too much that could deal with them.
Yeah, running a Genji Ashe is a composition that says we want to keep you at arm's length and poke you down until you get close to us, in which case you have 20% health and we just finish you off with our tanks. But if you completely separate those mid-range damage dealers and then just get in the face of the tanks who suddenly have way less support than they would like, the composition kind of loses its luster. So Lunaris coming out with the perfect counter there compositionally, and then they made a great decisive rotation right on the point, and they said, yeah, we're going to flip this on you. You're attacking now. Try and come to us and see what happens.
And it didn't go well for them, and that's why there's a 2-1 lead right now for Lunaris. Having a player reset their router right now, so that's just what we're waiting on before we can jump into our next map, which is going to be Eichenwald. But just looking at how this is going for Lunaris, I mean, they're starting to figure out what Triumph wants to do. The poke compositions that we're seeing Triumph run are effective in certain situations, but it's not something that it's clear that you can't run one comp throughout an entire map.
Right. Yeah. Especially, I mean, the difference between attacking on first and defending on first and both of those sides on second are all drastically distinct. Those are 4 different ways you need to be approaching how you play the game. And I think Triumph, obviously, we're getting great success with that composition on their first defense. Like we said right at the start of the round, it was like, okay, they're coming out with the same thing. It worked last time. We have to see how Lunaris adapts. But I think to really hit that contenders level or higher, you have to be thinking even a step ahead of that. It's like, okay, that worked last time. They're probably going to try and counter it. What do they counter it with? And how do we counter that? How do we have something that's flexible enough to deal with that while still drawing on the strengths of our first defense and really holding things down the way we want to continue to do? And Triumph, frankly, were just not quite there. It's a more advanced move. It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out. So we kind of have to see now if these teams can counterplay each other. We've established that. This is a very back and forth series. These teams know what it takes to kind of throw the other one off just long enough to secure some wins. Now we're getting to the part where it's, well, you know that I know, and I know that you know that I know. So, and it starts getting into those weird, wacky rock, paper, scissors layers where it's like, okay, he's going to pick rock, so I'm going to pick paper, but maybe he knows that, so he's going to pick scissors. And it's insane, and it's very hard to analyze or predict anything when you start getting into that phase of the game. But in a meta state like this, it's where you need to be, because that's where you start really getting the edge.
And it makes it even harder in a state like this because you kind of don't know what composition is rock, which composition is scissors, and which composition is paper. There might be a dynamite composition out there too that just smashes everything. Like we don't know that yet. So it makes it really difficult. But I think we saw a little bit of that rock, paper, scissors you were talking about at the end of Anubis there, because we knew that Triumph was maybe going to go with that composition that worked so well on First Point before. That's what Lunaris knew. And what did they do? They have an answer specifically for what they had seen from Triumph before on that First Point that was so successful for them. They take care of it, they dismantle it, and now bring us to Eichenwald with a 2-1 lead. Now, as far as Eichenwald goes as a map, Thibble, like, there's a lot that you can do at certain points. This is one of those maps where, like, the first and second point, you kind of play the same composition quite a bit, and then third point is completely different usually. So just based on how the geometry of the map works. So as far as what we've seen from these teams, we know that Triumph is going to be on defense again. Do they keep running this sort of poke style of composition that they've been doing? It's weird because it's not poke either. I feel weird calling it poke, but like you have an Ash in the composition.
It's like a mid-range counter dive of sorts. It's really focused on saying, if you're gonna jump into us, you're not gonna make it here with more than half your health.
Right.
So just think very carefully about how you try and jump into us. Obviously, bringing out a Mei proved to be very effective on that one point. Do Lunaris attempt that again on their attack? Does Eichenwald really have the geometry to make a composition like that work? Can you get value out of the Mei walls to deny sightlines for the mid-range damage dealers and isolate the tanks? These are all questions that I imagine they're discussing right now, unless they have some set play strategies.
Which is why we're discussing it.
Of course. Right. Yeah, I mean, we're kindred spirits doing the whole SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs, it's just a greasy spoon without you song. In any case, these are the kind of conversations, obviously, they have to be having. I'm very interested in the Pharah. I never thought, I wasn't even going to talk about it because we've been seeing so much hit scan. Of course, Tree committing ritual self-sacrifice there in the spawn room, but that's just kind of how this goes. With Ashe and Widow being so prevalent, I feel, even with some of the hit scan nerfs that were coming through a bit ago, I'm curious because how much value can the Pharah really get? And you have to watch your sightlines. If you're defending, you have to play around the clock tower, basically. So this is not a cut and dry like Shanghai Stage 3 sort of strategy here. You're gonna have to play pretty smart.
And the Pharah now is a lot harder too. The Pharah isn't as easy as she was to play before. You don't get to stay in the air as easily as you used to be able to. You'll see Pharahs go to the ground a lot more now and then right back up into the air. And that's exactly what you're seeing from Buck, keeping those players away though so far. See him coming back down though to get onto some high ground, waiting for that fuel to come back up to then go back up into the air. So it's a lot harder to keep yourself up above those players on the other team. And finally, we have Light who will come through, find Snappy on the back line, and Valen is surrounded right now, has to try and back away. The healing isn't there quick enough to get that back, but they're able to get the res back onto Valen, and now they lose Buck though is the problem. Looking really good for Lunaris, as it looks like this is their point to lose, already getting a tick, but Valen's still alive, still trying to keep them in this for Triumph. And now it's down to this Mercy and this Ashe to just keep this Winston up to see if they can stall this out as those players start to try and come back.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of stall you can get out of a good Mercy being, generally slippery, and then both supports just pocketing a Winston. Here comes the Primal. And this is, I mean, a great stall.
Very good stall, allowing players to come back. Buck able to get a kill onto Tree, who is on the Reaper. Valen about to get the Bob, trying to stay alive, just running away. I think that they've decided to give this up for the side of Triumph. That's exactly what they do, and you know, Valen will escape, has that Bob to maybe try and hold here early on. They don't want to get staggered out.
Right, I mean, holding on to that at the very least is something to set up in this Streets phase here, and you've got a couple ultimates coming in line. So, yeah.
Good here. So looking here, looks like we're going to have Light get that first kill in. Tree's going to pop that Death Blossom, but Bob with the Valen gives 2.
Hey, Bob did something at the very
yeah.
least. Goodness. Excuse me just a moment. I appear to be a little off sync here, so Lobo, if you could handle what we're seeing here.
Oh yeah, so Light going for that elimination onto Niche, and then Self-Destruct getting thrown out on top. Volby and Light, though, keeping this one out. And now it's just Buck on the point, and they will keep this going for the side of Lunaris. So, pretty good so far coming out. And Thibble, who we got you back?
I do believe I fixed it. I just had to refresh the stream real quick. There was a little bit of a stutter. There goes Light with the pulse bomb. No, Volby. Rest in peace, buddy. Okay, all right. Well, we're in an interesting spot here. Triumph appear to be doing their best to claw this back a bit. I think it's definitely possible. That said, they're going to have to get some value out of this Primal as the Coalescence comes through.
And it doesn't look like there's going to be a whole lot of value to be found, because having to jump away with Niche multiple times to try and just make sure that he stays alive. Now that that's over, though, they throw the Nano Boost onto Niche immediately. Snappy will go down, though. The focus so often by this team in Lunaris, they've been able to take out that healer early on in these fights so many times. Off with the nice bubble to block the self-destruct, get a lot of charge too, and Niche can come back onto the cart to stop it here before it hits those doors once again. A&J rezzing on to Valen, so now Triumph can finally force back Lunaris.
I mean, it wasn't the prettiest defense. I say it gets even uglier as Niche falls down. But I think this will still be enough for Triumph to start holding. Great sustain coming through from the supports, and great use of the Nano Boost to just start building up the Primal.
And now Valen getting hit, able to use the Coach Gun to stay alive, though. Very nice job for Triumph. They still have their Bob being a nuisance, and now they still have your main tank. Pulse Bomb comes out, but the Primal Rage is there. Another one in this fight for Niche, forcing players back, just trying to keep this going. But Lunaris will finally be able to finish this off after these last few eliminations. But they're not going to go down without a fight. Off and Co will make sure they stall this out for as long as they possibly can. Oh, just getting back into stall was A&J. So, and now Buck just gets their time too. I thought they finally capped it. Now they do. Now we get to see the final part of the map here for Lunaris. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Okay, that's an extra 20-25 seconds on the time bank for sure. On swapping over to the Brigitte, like we talked about, this last phase can be very different than the first two. So I think this swap compositionally is fine. It's taking advantage of the short sight lines and saying, you're going to have to come to us. We're going to be ready for you. Pulse bomb coming through into the ground.
Does manage to get the Mecha Pure, so at least able to do that. And Triumph get another elimination onto Volby, so they've got one player down. Tree the next to fall, but A&J and Valen even things out. Off does force back some players though, but now they start to get aggressive again, but Light goes down, so might be the time to back up if you are Lunaris, and that's exactly what they decide to do, not wanting to give over any more ult charge over to Triumph.
That sound barrier from Noctis was pretty ambitious. It worked in the sense that they managed to start bringing it back and get a couple picks, but not enough to win the fight decisively, especially with your frontliner down. Oh, the hook onto the bomb. Okay, they're fine. I was about to laugh.
It puts it into a corner, so I guess it ends up working out, but they lose 2 players. They lose Off and Valen anyways, so you're down to now, if you're Triumph, trying to wait for as long as you possibly can before you try to come back in. Now they lose Buck too. They've got to get a touch onto the cart just due in time. They throw the Bob on to get that touch, have the Wrecking Ball on. Tree will use the Death Blossom on the right side. Not going to get a kill, but they finally can deal with this Bob. A&J and Niche will fall, though, a little bit afterwards. Nano boost coming out onto Buck. It's all onto Buck right now to try and just keep this going for as long as possible for Triumph. Rally out to get some more health on. Self-destruct thrown onto the cart will clear it off and force those players back, off coming back in after it's over, and able to get around and swing again. But this is all about stalling right now for Triumph. There's really no hope of them really clearing this card off unless they get a massive ultimate of some kind. But that ultimate they need isn't available. And Lunaris finished the map with 1:17.
I was going to be very interested to see the effects of that caster curse, but it was not to be. Still though, great stall coming out from Triumph. I think overall they probably burned a solid minute off of that bank just in stall phases. Obviously, spin to win is not going to be the most effective strategy in terms of winning a fight back and killing anybody, but like you said, it was pretty much at the point where it's just, okay, we've probably lost this fight. Burn as much time as you can before you go down. So Triumph accomplished that goal at the very least. A bit messy there towards the end. Yeah, you don't you hook the bomb such that it doesn't get anything, but I think in the ensuing scramble to get away, Lunaris understood, like, okay, we just need to go over to those guys who ran away from everybody else and solo them out, which is exactly what they did. Oh no, Tree. Oh, these guys. They just love throwing themselves off of high places in gruesome ways, but you know, it's for our entertainment. This is a modern gladiatorial parallel. It makes sense.
Props to Dire Boyd for capturing it all too. So
oh yeah, great job by our observers, I would say, throughout this entire series and in general. Like, they're always doing really well here. As we see this nice sweeping travel shot of the whole map. This is now a tour, by the way. I have the little flag and everything, so don't lose me. Looks like we're getting a Pharah dive coming out here from Triumph, and Buck already getting started.
Well, the Pharah working so far. Valen, though, will be lost to some both tracers being ineffective, at least at the beginning. A little too aggressive, maybe, but Buck trying to get back up into the air to try and continue to build towards that rocket barrage. Off trying to deal with Tree, who's trying to get towards that back line. As right now, it's really about who's going to be able to find the next pick. Buck getting extremely low. Tree getting aggressive in, manages to kill Buck, but loses his life as a result of Valen, who came back in. And now with the res, you have advantage over to Triumph. Now, can they take advantage of it, though, is the thing. They have to be able to move forward with it. And so far, it's taken them a little bit of time.
Right, they would like to be moving a little faster than this. I respect Tree's ambitious and aggressive pursuits, but with a Mercy on the field, you really have to be careful with that. You can overcommit very easily.
That barrage coming out too doesn't get anything for the side of Triumph except for keeping players back. Light back in, but goes down. And now Buck getting the nano boost in the sky. Double kill for Buck. And now will lose his life, but might have created enough of an opportunity for the rest of Triumph, and the res will come back through. A&J getting close, dangerously close, but will be kept up nicely by Snappy on that Anna, excuse me, as they're still trying to stall this out though for Lunaris, not giving this up without a fight. Self-destruct thrown up into the air, trying to clear this off once and for all. Barrage back out from Buck. Dies to a Primal Raging Winston and Boldy, who jumps into him. Gosh, that took a long time, but they do capture it for Triumph.
Yeah, I mean, a good attempt at a recontest there from Lunaris. They did manage to start bringing it back a bit with the Primal and everything, and they did build up a bomb, a Sound Barrier, and a Death Blossom, so they'll have some means to recontest here in Streets. That said, Sluggo being staggered out here, which is not the first time. He was kind of staggered out at the start of that fight, started rotating back towards the attacker's spawn. Not really sure what he was doing, but I suppose he managed to get back into the fight before they eventually lost it. Now Triumph, kind of in a similar phase. They're going to have both support ults, a Primal, and a Pulse Bomb. But I'm not quite sure how they intend to use them just yet.
Well, there's the Sound Barrier first coming out from Lunaris, but they lose Volby to that Pulse Bomb that you were talking about. Tree will pop the Death Blossom. Gets a little bit of help from Light to get the kill onto Snappy, evening things up. Self-destruct forcing players back. Niche, though, with the Primal Rage, and Snappy gets res back in. This is looking really good for the side of Triumph. Valen on that cart, looking for players. They're going to pop the Coalescence, too, from the side of Lunaris. Triumph still just trying to get this cart moving once again. They're out in front, but it's not clean.
No, with Anj going down there, Snappy was doing his best. He had a great anti-nade, and then he slept the Tracer and was actually able to take her out single-handedly. But when Anj goes down, you lose a lot of your healing, and you can't quite finish the fight as quickly and decisively as you like because you need to wait to heal back up. And Snappy can really only do so much. Another great sleep, though. He is really coming alive right now in the song.
The sleeps have been great, but the stall has been better from Lunaris. The card has moved a little bit, sure, but Lunaris is still making this such a slow crawl for the side of Triumph, and now they start to get themselves an advantage by taking out Bolby. Snappy quickly to follow afterwards, and Lunaris finally will stabilize on the defense.
Right, just taking enough time to make sure that they can come in together, or at least move along the routes they want to move, to start taking out the tanks for Tree and Light to really start doing the work they need. And Pure and Bolby are doing such a great job of corralling Triumph, I think, and just saying, like, no, I need you here. So I need you to pose just like this, so when Tree walks over, he can just shoot you directly in the throat, which is quite the strategy overall, I would say.
Well, that's a bold strategy, Cotton, that's for sure. And Sluggo, don't need much strategy when you're playing on the Moira. Death Blossom coming through as well from Tree to get another kill, and this is still going Lunaris' way, so they will be able to keep this stall going on. You do pull in Pure, but Pure able to live through the hole from the Hog Hook. And now the Pulse Bomb out, dealing a ton of damage on 2Off, who tries to escape, but can't do anything about that. And the cart's still stalled out. We're down to 1:49 for Triumph.
A back and forth fight is really not what Triumph need. That said, Niche is over here. He's getting another extra few feet and pulls out the sound barrier on a weird kind of like half fight here. This is so strange. This is so back and forth, and neither team is willing to really back off. They're both just kind of constantly streaming in. It's making for a very interesting Streets phase.
Interesting is the word for it for sure, especially now Buck with the Deadeye gets the kill, gets a couple of good shots on, and Triumph will push their way through across that bridge towards the end of this Streets phase. Only a few players here to maybe contest, see if they decide to come out or not. They do. Out will come the Mines immediately from off. Throws out the pile driver. Tree the first one down. Pure will be able to eat Valen's Pulse Bomb, but is it enough for them to stop this push for Triumph? But no, Triumph too strong. So Lunaris will now have to try and do this on the next part of the map.
And very importantly for them, that was a nice decisive win. Not too much stagger there like it was kind of in the rest of the Streets phase. Now with 2 minutes left, if they keep this going fairly well and have a nice decisive fight here, especially staggering the Symmetra like that, they could finish this with a relatively similar time pick. Tree swapping back to the Reaper. I'm not sure what that swap is for. Now he's on Doomfist. Okay, he's figuring it out. You know, he's making some decisions.
Figured it out though. That's the important part. Triumph coming in now. We'll use that pile driver at the beginning, but Light with the Pulse Bomb is better. And Tree on the Doomfist. That close encounter, not what you want if you're Triumph. You have to go back to spawn, figure it out with 1:35 left to go.
Sure, yeah. I mean, just do your best to get out of here and restart this fight. I mean, you're not going to finish with a similar time bank, but you could still try and finish with time at all, so they're not in another you have to try and draw situation. They have 1:20 to make that happen. That said, they've got 5 ultimates coming online. They can nano the McCree, they can nano the Wrecking Ball. I mean, even a nano Brigitte here could be pretty scary, but they have to deal with the dive here first.
Well, the dive is being very effective, but the Pulse Bomb double kill from Valen swings it back in the favor of Triumph. Have the Nano Boost 2 onto the Brigitte. They start to move forward, chasing these last few players down. The supports trying to get away for Lunaris, trying to keep themselves in this so they can come back out for the recontest, and right into a Doomfist is what they do, and it works out perfectly. 2 players already gone. Slowly coming back is Buck. 47 seconds left. They've got to decide what they want to do right now for Triumph. They're without so many players.
Right, I mean, a good start to that with the Pulse Bomb, but not enough. There was just a little too much distance, and the spawn advantage here for Lunaris is so intense. The pick potential from the Doomfist, he had just swapped onto that and managed to build up that Meteor Strike pretty freaking fast. And they're still holding on to 4 ultimates against just the Deadeye here for Buck. And now they're going to go and stagger this out. They know what they need to do. They know what's at stake. This is series point on the line. Lunaris are smelling blood and going for it.
This is Contenders Trials. There is no waiting if you want to make sure that you at least stay in Trials. A team that's 0-2 in Lunaris 9 seconds left for Triumph to get back to that cart. They can't even get out of spawn. One player finally does in Niche, but Niche can only run there off as well. All these players back. Overtime meters at least started, and now swinging back in is off. Can't get onto the cart though, and Lunaris wins this one 3-1 over Triumph. Massive win for them to try and stay in Contenders Trials at the very least after losing their first 2 games.
Right. I mean, this is a great stabilization for Lunaris and disastrous for Triumph, though not the end of the world. They've got a few more games left to play. That said, I mean, just what a great decisive series of engagements from Lunaris there at the end. It always felt like Triumph were doing their best just to set up like, okay, we have some ults if we can only get into position to use them. And Lunaris knew that and said, we're never going to give you the chance. We're always going to be in your face. We're always going to engage when you don't expect it. And even if we win that fight, we're going to keep engaging. It's going to be just like Busan. We're going to go touch your spawn doors. Winston's going to be all the way over towards the beginning of Streets phase, chasing down your Ana in that little mini health pack room that you only ever use when you're playing deathmatch while you're waiting for a rank game. Like, right. Lunaris had such a great understanding of just like, keep going. Put your foot like on their back. Don't let them get up. And that is exactly what they needed to do. So nice, clean win overall for Lunaris.
Put the pedal to the metal and don't let up. Get the win to keep your Contenders' dreams alive for Lunaris. That's definitely what they did here today. But like you said, Triumph, they're not out of it yet. I mean, but an 0-2 hole now that they're going to have to try and dig themselves out of is a really, really tall task.
Certainly. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be easy. I mean, their matches coming up are no slouches either. I believe their next matches are Infamous and Noble. Both of whom are like 1-1 right now, looking pretty good. Some solid players on both of those rosters. So Triumph need to, like, this was not a bad game from Triumph. We were talking about this whole time. It was a nice, close series. But Triumph really have some burrs they need to file down, some things they need to smooth out. Because there are little errors throughout there. There were EMPs not getting value at the start. There were some faulty engages and weird staggers going through all the way through Eichenwald, I think. So while they had some great mechanical plays, some decisive wins, their Junkertown looked very good, but they need more than just that. You can't just win on Junkertown here. You need to be able to not drop your spaghetti on Anubis and stuff like that. So, I mean, the sand gets in it. There's no recovering it. You can't rinse it because then all the sauce goes away. And of course, rinse pasta never holds on to sauce. It's a whole thing. Like,
sometimes you gotta start over.
Yeah, really. I mean, they need to just cook a whole new batch of spaghetti at this point because it's ruined. But they've got time to do that. I think with these next couple games, if they really start to bring things back, there's definitely opportunity at the very least to stay in trials and not have to go back through Open Division again, which is a place I don't think they've been since I worked for them back in January of 2019. They were originally an Open Division team. They worked their way into Contenders. They've bounced between Contenders and Trials a couple times, just as the roster iterates and new faces come and go, the standard Contenders shuffle. But I don't think they've ever dropped back down into Open Division. So they really want to avoid that if they can. They need to put in this work.
The results in the next game are going to be very important for how things finish up here for Contenders Trials. Obviously, a couple days left, but our next game will be one of those teams that you talked about that Lunaris has coming up, or sorry, for Triumph coming up. Noble versus Slepton, the next game we're going to have for you here. The second place team in Slepton versus the third place team in Noble. So be sure to come back for that one. We'll see you in a few for that.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then two captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the ELO Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%. Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly. Oh, and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Star Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
Back for NA Contenders Trials. Labasco here alongside of me. I've got Thibodeau getting ready for the next game that we have for you. It is Noble versus Slepton, the number 3, the team in second place against the team in third place. Slepton second, Noble in third, Thibault. And you look at this one, obviously a lot of implications to stay in that contender spot for Slepton if they win. They also haven't played a game because of the technical difficulties yesterday, so they are a little bit behind some of these other teams, but a win here really puts them in a great position going into their last few games.
Oh yeah, I mean, getting halfway through the week, technical difficulties or no, with a 2-0 scoreline would be great overall. That said, these teams are pretty close, at least in terms of standings. We haven't seen them play against each other quite yet. Noble's gone through some changes. There's always the tier 2 shuffle that must be accounted for.
Right.
But overall, this could be another close one, much like the last game we just cast. I'm very curious to see how much these guys really put on the line. They both have some tough opponents coming down the line that they need to be ready for. So this will be a great test, I think, against very equal teams.
Definitely should be a good one. And you look at the rosters for both of these teams, starting off with Noble. I mean, the one thing here for sure that we've seen throughout all of these games is there's a lot of players in these trials that we've seen today, especially players that have been around for a little bit. You look at Mudkip as one that sticks out definitely. We also have Seeker as well and Petal. These are a lot of names Noble that have been around for a little bit.
Right, and I mean, even Fair and Fair, he took a bit of a break for a little while, but he was kind of making waves, playing for the old Coke Gaming back in the day. That had to change their name once they made it high enough because sponsorships and all that jazz. But in general, I think Noble is a team full of players that have been working really hard to make a name for themselves in the past few months. That said, I mean, Slepton has no shortage of talent here. I mean, Dynasty and Track is a gnarly DPS duo. Track's been around since the days, and Dynasty has really been stepping up as a flex DPS, to watch overall. Carrots has a great Brigida. This tank line's pretty good, and their coaches, especially, they're coached by gods and fact fiction, former golden children of the Overwatch League. Like, this is not a team to sleep on.
That's why their name is. If we know why their name is slept on,
Yes.
but they are definitely not a team to sleep on here in Contenders Trials. Especially, we haven't talked about Doge and Cowman either, or Moser and Carrots too. Like, they've got a very solid team here for Slepton that look to make waves once they can get into Contenders. Of course, the first step to helping them here do that is going to be winning on Busan, the map that we start off here with for Control. And this is a map that is one of my favorites. I think visually it's stunning. I also think that as far as gameplay goes, there's so many different things that you can do here. We get to start on Shrine again, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is very deja vu for you and I, which is great because we have things to talk about from last game and we can try and compare. We saw some Sombra Tracer Dive come out. There's space for Reaper. There's space for Widowmaker or Ashe here. Lots of variation available at the DPS position, which has kind of been the thing in the past few weeks, as well as the dive tanks, and also making space for a Wrecking Ball or Roadhog or Zarya or anything like that. Winston Zarya perhaps could be played, but so far it looks like we have not quite mirrors here, but at least at the tank position, dive tanks all around.
Yeah, so one thing is the same. Tracers on either side. I'm not upset about Tracer at all, that's for sure. And Seeker's not upset about starting off the game by hitting a headshot onto, I think it was Doge or Cowman. Not sure which one it was exactly, but either way, you can see Seeker coming around, has that Tracer there, but pocketed. Actually, both of the supports are there, being escorted nicely. Dynasty getting slapped almost immediately. Able to get out, though, somehow. So Dynasty coming back in here, forcing those players away, but Seeker's able to get the kill on Moser. So they have an advantage at the start for the side of Noble, but what can they do with it is the only thing. The cap actually goes over to Slepton first, and now they get aggressive towards those other players, but that aggressiveness not paying off, losing a few of those bodies that were left alive, and this should be a take back for Noble.
Right, I mean, definitely back and forth for sure, and a tiny bit of stall coming out there from Track, but a quick recapture. Moser catches Archer there. If he can get away, he gets two? Excuse me? Okay, all right. Somewhere out there, Doa's ears just perked up. We got a bloodthirsty support on the field, which you'd love to see. A really quick recontest here coming in. It's going to be down to can Slepton try and stall this out a bit. We got some dancers on top of the drum here.
And Noble's going to do what they can to stall this out. You can see Dynasty coming to the backline. No chance at all for Seeker. The res will get through to get that Widowmaker back in the fight, though. So for Noble, they at least have a chance here to keep this going for the percentage to build. But they are down in the fight. Cowman looking for a target to focus on. Has the self-destruct, throws it over towards where those supports are. But Petal and Seeker combining for 3 kills to bring them back in for Noble and to get them back in edge.
I mean, and the tank line there holding on by a thread. A Nano Tracer does quite a bit of work if you let her run rampant there, and I don't really think that there were really enough resources on the other side to handle that much front-loaded damage. If you're hitting your shots there, I mean, per clip, you're dealing 200 or 300 damage a pop. So a great move there, I think, from Mudkip. Overall, really keeping Noble competitive in that fight, despite kind of going back and forth at the start of it. Moser getting 2 kills, but still, that's not enough.
Now the recontest comes back in, a sound barrier to keep them up for Slepton. Petal just looking for an opportunity to use this pulse bomb, just patiently waiting, and maybe being a little bit too patient is the only problem. Everybody else falling. The mech going to be taken out for Odd, and Odd will be sent back to spawn, and the flip will come through, but about 87% built up to for Noble is huge.
Right. I mean, we're definitely in potential last fight territory, though these fights tend to move pretty quickly. Some swaps here coming in from Noble, going for a quicker, more brawly composition. If I were a pleb, I would say this is Goats after Goats, but Goats is gone, people. We don't need to talk about it anymore. It makes my head hurt.
The one thing that's not gone is the pulse bomb that Petal has here to use in this fight. Coalescence is going to get used instead. Self-destruct forcing players back. Triumph still in control at this point. Have to avoid the self-destruct, but Mudkip can't do that for the side of Noble. Slept on, being able to create an advantage for themselves, but the flip did come through onto that point. And Seeker able to get a double kill. This might be Noble winning this point if they can get a couple more eliminations. Barnfair on that point, still keeping this going too. EMP came out from Dynasty, but it doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. Slept on will be losing out on their players, and it'll be Noble taking a 1-0 lead.
Right, and Noble just were so good at that. Wasn't the first time they just kind of flipped the point back for free in the middle of a fight. There were at least 2 instances where that happened, and that gained them an extra 20-30% or so and the round win. So I really think that Slept On need to kind of keep an eye on the objective a little bit more. I think they're so focused on trying to make these like wider sweeping rotations to try and take advantage of a misplay. But ultimately they open themselves up to the misplay of giving up the objective, which of course is what you're here for. It's where your bread is buttered. You need to be on the point here. It doesn't matter how flashy your rotations are. So great adaptations and great awareness coming out from Noble to just say, hey man, you can try all you like. You can get all the crazy bloodthirsty support kills you want, but if we're on the point at the end of the round, we're going to win.
And that's exactly what they did. Noble now with that 1-0 lead, but Slept On making a little bit of a change here, coming on the Zarya. Seeker, though, will get the kill onto track. Very few times where you see the Sombra actually get the better of the Tracer, but that is one of them. Gives a disadvantage over to Slept On, and now Cowman super high charge. Doge has been lost too, so now they've got to back away. There's no chance for them to win this one. Noble well in control and will be able to take this point first.
This is very reminiscent of the end of our last match where Lunaris were really putting their foot down, you know, pedal to the metal through that last engagement. The moves from Noble, have been just so decisive. They're so quick to get into the fight, and they move as a unit. And that is getting so much front-loaded damage onto the squishier targets. Look, here they go again with the Coalescence.
Coalescence keeping everybody alive, but the counter Coalescence stronger from Slept On. Mudkip the first one to fall, so they lose a lot of that speed, that consistent healing, and now they can move forward. EMP comes out, and they try to get aggressive back in for Noble, but that EMP ends up being a death sentence instead, and now it will be Slept On's opportunity to build on this point, get close to being even already, too.
Right, I mean, low percentages here, so quick enough to even things back up. Great value off of the EMP, but more importantly, great concerted follow-up from the rest of the team. They knew immediately, okay, that got what we wanted out of it. We need to make sure we convert that into kills and into a fight win. They also, much like I was actually criticizing them for, perhaps they heard me, they went right over to the point and capped it right away. So now we're looking at 35% and counting for them, where if they weren't more diligent on that, they might be 10 or so percent behind that.
Sound barrier coming out to keep everybody alive, and Dynasty gets the double kill with the Death Blossom, gets a third afterwards too. Another fight win for Slept On. Noble going to have to regroup here.
Right, I mean, just a great Death Blossom. There's not much more to say about that one. He was in a great position, and as they started walking past him, he was in the perfect place to press Q, and they weren't really prepared for him. Now, though, they're definitely going to be paying attention to him. They do not want that to happen again.
And they're going to have to pay attention to this Primal Raging Winston that's coming out in their face, and Doge, he's pushing players aside at the moment, not letting them get close to the point. Self-destruct gets popped, not going to get anything there, but Petal will go down to Doge, eventually losing his own life to Seeker. So main tank and a DPS down on either side. Coalescence, though, coming out from Slept On to keep those players that are left back alive, even without their main tank in the foray. Dynasty just trying to get onto those tanks. Graviton Surge pulling them in. will end this fight in favor of Slept On, and they've got themselves another Death Blossom. Seeker pops his. Dynasty will answer it back, making sure that they win this fight because it is overtime. Slept On in control. That Desperation Death Blossom from Seeker almost worked, though. They do come back, re-engage for the side of Noble. Players going down on either side. It's all about how these respawners handle everything as they come back in. Doge has gone over to the Reinhardt in response, trying to block Seeker off as much as possible. Dynasty able to still use those Hellfire shotguns to great effect, and the Coalescence coming out, going to be too late to save 2 players from Dynasty, and now the Sound Barrier keeping everybody up for Slept On, but it's not over yet.
I mean, this is just ridiculously back and forth. You've got the Tracers doing work over here. You have the Reapers harassing the tanks all the way through. The tanks are doing a great job on both sides of really zoning everybody off. The Wrecking Ball is getting great value out of their displacement, but ultimately I think this was always kind of a fight that Slept On was really in control of. They had the point, they had the geographic advantage, let's say. Not the high ground, because that's not actually always that good in a game like Overwatch, or in Star Wars. So, I mean, insanely back and forth there, and I love that we're going to Mecha Base because I think this will be a great test of both teams' abilities to react to one another. I think the Reinhardt swap was great, but I definitely agree with the swap back to Winston Zarya. And I think the Reapers have been getting a great amount of value. I don't think we should be too surprised that we're seeing a lot of Reaper, given this like double off tank, less shields, more squishy type meta. And it's a real treat to watch these guys go. Because the Death Blossoms are getting great value and their positioning is really smart, and it's catching both teams off guard in great ways.
So Mecha Base will be our answer then, about at least for control. Very similar comps, mirror compositions actually. The one thing that's not mirrored is Dynasty dying that fast. Very, very consistent and good focus from Noble to win that early engagement and already force back Slept On.
Yeah, I mean, super quick fight. Just like on Downtown, I mean, their engagements are so fast. These guys have finished a fight before the point even unlocks. That said, that means that ultimates are moving a little slowly here too, and we're in for a couple eco fights to start this round.
Cowman being able to take advantage of that, get high charge too on the Zarya, was able to live through their initial loss of the fight. They do lose track, but when you have a super high charge Zarya like this, doesn't matter if there's a Coalescence or anything, already has the Graviton Surge, beating onto that, throws it out right in. Seeker goes down. The grab does get them grouped up, not getting any kills, but still so much damage pumped in, keeping them back. But Carrot's losing his life is the chance for Noble to come back in, and they can feel it, using the Sound Barrier quickly to engage back on, and Cowman will go down, and that should spell the end of this fight. Primal Rage is on either side, but Noble well in control of everything, especially without that Zarya.
Right, I mean, it looked like such a decisive start to the fight there for Slept On, but ultimately the counter grab actually kept everybody grouped together enough that Noble were able to really just maintain and not let them get to point. That said, Moser doing his best to really get Doa's attention here with another 2 kills in the Coalescence. This will at least give Slept On the idea that they could start recontesting quickly.
No, they haven't just yet, but they do have the Pulse Bomb available from Petal for Noble. So now Slept On coming back in quickly. Petal on that high ground, looking for the opportunity to drop in. Death Blossom from Dynasty, able to take down Odd, but the Death Blossom from Seeker will even things up back to a 5v5. Seeker now in that Reaper fight. Dynasty will win it out. Petal has now got to be the one to make this happen, but it's too much from Slept On. They will be able to take this point. The first time that they'll be able to get Mecha Base too, 86% it looks like for Noble.
Yep, definitely not first fight territory, I think, given how fast these engagements have been going. But man, we thought our last series was close. This has been a total just mess of haymakers back and forth. You've got the Reapers juking and jiving each other and trying to get Death Blossoms and say, hey, I bet I can get more kills with this Graviton combo than you. And it's making for a great match. Look at this, it's mirrored.
Pulse Bomb, though, will help get extra damage in to Noble's Graviton Surge, but Cowman evens things back up by eliminating Seeker. Has to be careful, though. Cowman goes down. You lose that Zarya. The Death Blossom coming out from Dynasty doesn't get anything. Coalescence keeping these players alive for Slept On, but Noble with the player advantage. Doge diving back in to try and keep this point in control of Slept On, but they're going to lose this unless they can find the targets and turn this around. Barnfur on this Winston, though, not going to let that happen. Double kill there. Trek can do nothing but just try and burst these targets down, but it's going slowly but surely over to Noble.
And I mean, these fights are so close and so back and forth that it's the minor little errors that really cost you. Track not getting any value out of his pulse bomb. I think he was knocked away by the Primal Rage as he threw it, and it ended up landing about 5 feet farther back than he wanted it to. But now it's going to be all they can do to touch this point and try and keep this round in contention.
At least get the touch, though, is the important thing. Keep themselves alive in the fight. First using the Death Blossom, no value for Seeker. That's huge, especially with Kalman getting the kill onto Archer. Seeker does get dodged, but Slept On is going to be able to turn this around, and Noble will have to try and fight one more time. Kalman just went off the side of the map. Looked like, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I think he thought he could maybe run around the other side of that cover on the outside and just kind of got caught on it and fell. It's goodness. I mean, yeah, he'll be fine. I'm not worried about that at all. But this has been very, very close all the way through. It's coming down to an old standby rule that we all agree on in Overwatch is that the person who uses their abilities second usually wins. The later Gravitons, Pulse Bombs, and Coalescences tend to be coming out on top. That said, Archer getting value out of the Coalescence early is a big deal.
Didn't use that one first before the one came on from Slept On, but now the ultimate's flying on either side, and they're getting paid for the side of Noble. 2 players already down. Overtime meter has started, but they have the player advantage, and now it's just a Wrecking Ball and a Tracer that you have to deal with. Dynasty back into the fight, coming back in, but quickly dealt with. Has to try and Wraith form away. Nobody there to heal him. Kalman, the last one left alive, and Noble is going to be the team to win this match. Mosier, the last player left to try and stall out, but that's all it is a stall, and Noble will take a 1-0 lead over Slept On.
I want to definitely shout out Fair and Fear there because, man, when I cast him last back in the Coke gaming era, which feels like a billion years ago.
Forever, right?
Yeah. We generally saw him play on control anyways. We generally saw him play a lot of Wrecking Ball. And he was no slouch, definitely. But it was definitely, the way the meta was at the time, there was definitely no space for Winston. You were either playing like Orisa Wrecking Ball or Orisa Sigma because it was the dark times. But man, his Winston has been a delight. Like he's building primals insanely fast. He's using his bubbles offensively and defensively, like cutting off sound barriers and healing and just body blocking and being the nuisance and space creator that a good main tank needs to be. And he's getting great support from his team as well. And that is what enables him to stay alive long enough to build these primal rages so quickly and keep a great presence on the point for Noble. I've loved what I've seen so far from them. That was a great first map from both teams, but someone's got to win.
Somebody has to win. Noble was the team that won this first map. Junkertown is our next map, and I mean, we know not to put too much stock into the control map here just yet, just because it's really hard to
Anything can happen on control.
Right. Anything can happen on control, exactly. It's the great outlier. And you think about our game with Lunaris, I mean, sure, they won control, which, worked out for them. But that doesn't mean that this can't be slept on, having a much different look once that comes into Junkertown. But it seems like these dive style of compositions are what are starting to take over for these teams. They seem to be some of the things that we're seeing become more prevalent. Obviously, in Junkertown, anything's possible. We'll probably see Ash here because she's so good, but it seems like we're starting to see a lean of which way things are starting to go.
Right. The meta is very slowly crystallizing into something that we can maybe start to observe, right? We're seeing more Winston Diva, Winston Zarya sort of compositions. We're seeing a little bit of Wrecking Ball kind of dashed in there for flavor.
Seeing Hog quite a bit.
Right. Obviously, lots of Roadhog all the way through. I mean, there's really room for everyone except Orisa and Sigma, which is just how I like it. I think we've had quite enough of that. And frankly, I think even if they were still good, these teams are hitting critical mass and would just say, gentlemen's agreement, we're not going to play those. Let's play something else. So it's great that we're seeing all this variance here in terms of the tank play. And really, the dynamic of a composition changes so drastically given the tanks that you're playing. More so perhaps than any other role, except maybe your DPS. So seeing this Ryan Diva, for instance, coming out on the defense from Noble, I mean, tells me that they want to kind of set up solidly, maybe not do the whole like back all the way up situation and let our snipers do anything, especially because they're not running snipers, they're running Tracer Reaper and going for this right in your face, hold the spawn doors type strategy.
Yeah, Slept On is saying, you know what, we're just going to get right into the face. I mean, this is something we haven't seen yet, at least today. We're seeing the Roadhog, though, on the other side, and the Sigma, it looks like, is going to be kept. But regardless, like, see how this works out. They're definitely looking to try and be aggressive here early on. Petal sees that almost immediately, backs up into spawn. We'll see how they decide to handle it. Oh, they're going to TP on top of them. So now, this is odd. I've never seen this. So now you've got that one team on top.
Yeah, his name is Odd. Sorry, I had to make the awful joke. Odd Sigma actually is quite good. He frequently played it back when it was more popular, and he was a revelation. I love the TP strat as well. They're even covering it with the Sigma shield, so they can just go back and forth at will. And it really almost completely denies the positional advantage of this really forward strategy from Noble. That said, you got to engage sometime. You got to get on the cart. And that's really where Noble's composition will start to work.
Well, and that's where Slept On finally decides to come out of the room. Dynasty, the first player to get a kill, but then starting to lose players, though, is Slept On is the only problem. So Slept On going to lose out on this one, and Noble's going to be able to get this card moving, no problem.
Sure, but they burn a minute there, and really that's kind of the standard goal for a strategy like this, is burn at least a minute, so that way when you guys come back and regroup, assuming you're not staggered too terribly, you can have a nice recontest on second. And of course, as I say that, Dynasty swaps to the Widow and Carrot swaps to the Mercy. So they're looking to take advantage of these longer sightlines. Even as the cart pushes forward, they could get a lot of value out of that if Slept On are not careful.
Yeah, they can still have those players all around. So Noble in a pretty good decision as far, or position, excuse me, as far as pushing the cart. Did take them a little bit of time, but now these swaps by Slept On working really well. So the defense of Slept On now in a spot that they feel comfortable with, and on a composition that clearly is working.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the swap to Widow, obviously she didn't just get 3 kills and win the game or anything flashy like that, but I think you have to play it in such a different way, and this is actually a really smart move. It lets them engage without having to worry about the Widow as much. You can just hide behind a giant 5,000 HP wall and then teleport up on the high ground and harass her, or at least threaten to do so.
You can try to, but Seeker using that ultimate actually worked out really well. Track the first player to go down, but Petal will be the next one to fall. Mudkip has the Transcendence available. Calman is out, and Soko, who came in for Farnfair, is making a difference on this Roadhog, and they will now complete this point and start to move through the street space of Junkertown.
I mean, a really smart engage from them overall, and it was a split push that actually worked, which you don't really see a ton. I mean, you at this level is where you start to see split pushes get some actual value, because a lot of times you just kind of end up with 2 squads that don't have enough damage to really do anything. But that was a great push overall to pressure out the high ground, deny value from the Widow. Dynasty now swaps over to the Genji, and to put great pressure on the front line with Soko swapping onto the Hog and just making sure that the Diva could not get too much work done. So great push overall there. Now we're getting halfway through streams already.
And already a player down, though, is the only thing. So even though they got a good push out of it, they're not getting as much value here as out of the composition as what the Slept On has made the switch to, as they are able to stop this cart finally. And Track has himself a pulse bomb, can throw it out on to Soko, but Soko's going to be able to take a breather and walk away and get a kill, too, onto Dynasty. So the Roadhog is just able to live for so long. Noble can regroup and start moving this cart again.
What's so tricky about these pick-based compositions with heroes like Roadhog, McCree, and Tracer is that at any moment a fight can go from 1 to in danger of being lost. As soon as the Roadhog turns around and kills your Genji, there's a chance for this team to start coming back, and they're doing their best right now, and it's very back and forth.
Noble does lose Soko loses his life on Noble, but was able to get a kill beforehand, so it evens it out that way, but Odd has been chased down, and now this is looking really good for the side of Slepton because they've been able to clear this card off. Odd can do nothing but try and regroup, so that pick composition not quite working there for Noble.
Right, and Slepton are doing really well, I think, because their DPS duo can really they have the best of both worlds. You can have Moser hang back and deal lots of healing and a little bit of damage from range with the Ana, and then Carrots can kind of carry you through and say, okay, we're going to speed boost over here to get this engagement going. I'm going to get us out. I'm going to amp up heals and provide a lot of group healing, especially if it's amplified by a nade from Ana. So I think the dynamic they're trying to establish there and the flexibility of range that allows them is really key for the defense they're putting together right now.
Deadeye is going to be popped by Seeker over on that high ground, trying to work his way out, but the defense matrix was there to take care of that. Now out comes the nano boosted blade for Dynasty. 2 kills already, swiping through with it, gets himself a third at the end, manages to get the mech of Odd too, and now Slepton looking really good in this defense.
That was almost the ace for Dynasty. Carrot stole it. Classic Lucio players. I mean, what can you... the one thing I should say actually about that is that the flashbang went for a tank when it should have gone for the Genji. Seeker thought he could try and catch out Doge as he jumped in and flashbang and fan the hammer him down. Meanwhile, Dynasty's just yeeting himself down the hallway right past him, killing the rest of his team. I think they needed to be a little more aware of the ultimates that were about to come online there and how they were going to combo them, because having a flashbang ready for a nanoblade can effectively end the push.
Yes, it can, and it definitely did there. Self-destruct, though, going to try and keep this push going for Noble. They do manage to get 2 kills. Track was able to get Soko, so they're without that pick potential from the Roadhog. Seeker trying to build up to that EMP for Noble. Self-destruct thrown on the point. Will get Cowman right out of mech, and then Petal will finish that off. Petal on this Tracer making a huge difference for Noble, and they should be able to get to this next part of the map.
Petal has been such an impressive player for me. I've tried to follow his story for a while now as he comes and goes throughout the various regions of Contenders. I believe he's a Turkish player, if I have that right. And, I mean, has been playing from Ping, has been playing on a bunch of different teams, has just been doing his best to grind this out, and has consistently been one of the better tracers and one of the better hitscan DPS, I would say, in whatever team he's on. He's been doing such great work, especially against veterans. Like, Track has been around, and he is holding his ground. So, big shouts out to him. He gets another stick on the Doge. I mean, man, the guy's putting in work.
No doubt about that. Gets himself a pulse bomb kill, too, so the cart is going to continue moving here through this final part of the map, and they've got an EMP available for this next fight.
Right, and I mean, it's a great spot ultimate-wise here for Noble. They've got both their support ults coming online, the EMP to counter out. Not much you can do against a Nano Blade if he really gets in on you, but they're going to give it a try anyways and actually use it before the Blade comes out.
Where the Blade is still going to be able to come forward, but only one player taken down as a result. Tries to get on to the Moira, gets those shots in, but the use of the from Archer makes it where it doesn't matter. Good use of the healing orb to stay in front. Noble, though, on the cart, controlling this with no problem, and now we'll push on towards the final part of the map.
Somewhere out there, Sumito is slamming his desk in sympathy and frustration. The healing orb is really just a little too much for a Genji to try and sustain through after the Blade goes out.
Especially now with the Pulse Bomb out, though, Track is trying to make it where that Blade loss might not matter. Coalescence used by Archer to keep up the players for Noble. Overtime meter has started. Soko making the switch onto the Wrecking Ball to try and get back in. Cowman on the cart, looking for players to take down, and it's Petal and Odd, though, starting to turn it over for Noble. Gets another kill, does Petal. Petal now looking towards the supports. Misses the shots, misses with the melee. Can't quite get it. Finally does get Carrots at the end, and it will be Noble eventually completing this map.
Goodness, Petal. I don't know if you killed enough people in that last fight there, Chief. You might want to try and get 1 or 2 more. That was insane. Yeah, he misses the clip and the melee right onto Carrots there, while we were all watching. But as soon as the camera goes away, gets rid of his stage fright, handles Carrots no problem, and then just goes for the rest of the team. A great push overall there through that last phase. Yeah, they don't finish with any time, but frankly, there was a world in which Slepton were able to hold there, and I really think that last couple engages from Noble were what turned that around. I mean, great consistency throughout, mitigating the last Dragon Blade from Dynasty, forcing him to swap over to the McCree and try and get some work done there. But Petal was just so good at ducking behind cover and using his flanks in even such a small space like that. He was getting a lot of work done there and really stretching out what Tracer's capable of in that last fight. So hats off to him for sure. Great push there, and now they have a win condition. They just need to hold Slepton before they cap the last point.
Yeah, he couldn't hit with the clip or the melee. I couldn't say melee, so it worked out. It worked out. We were on the same page.
It's Scooby-Dooby-Doo be like that sometimes, okay?
It's
just how it goes. Sometimes you totally lose a word, even if it's a really easy one. I think the other day I forgot red. That was an interesting one. I was like it's the color like a rose. And someone was like, white? And I'm like, why is white the color you think of with roses?
When a roses, yeah, that's very odd.
My friends are weird, and so am I. I'm sorry. Widow's coming out here on either side, though. This is interesting. I like the Widow duel. We didn't see it on the first attack, but now we get our chance. Come on, Track. I believe in Track.
Track gave up. Track gave up.
He's just switching. He's just switching.
Just switched instead. And we're paused.
I wonder, does a bad connection keep you from grappling onto something? Is he just like, I couldn't hit those. There must be an internet issue. We need to pause. I need to figure this out.
I don't know. That was wild. Props to Direboyd for catching that for one.
I believed in him, man. But I think after 3 misses onto a grappling hook on a stationary surface, you go, if I can't hit that, I'm not going to hit any shots. I'm just going to go switch. I'm just going to go play May or something. Man, we didn't get to see a whole lot, unfortunately, but there's lots of things that could happen here. The Widow duel, of course, always a fun one. We have double snipers, actually, for Noble. Petal on the Hanzo, which we have not seen a lot, but they don't seem to be afraid to pull out some weird ones here. We have Sigma Zen Baptiste. I mean, this whole composition Noble's running is strange and different, but I'm interested.
Well, the state of the meta is strange and different, but I'm interested. So I think it all works out in the end. So try the Hanzo, see what happens, run the double sniper. This map is known for running double sniper. Do those sort of things. See if it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, right now, both of these teams are sitting in a pretty good spot of at least probably not going to be eliminated. Probably not, or at least an open division, I should say. Right. So you have a little bit more leeway than you maybe would otherwise. So I think it works out.
Some wiggle room.
Yeah, a little bit of wiggle room. Not a whole lot though. Like this is still like, you think about it from Noble's perspective, their only loss right now is to Malibu. Malibu has been clear cut the best team in this Group B. By the way, speaking of Group B, we've only had that one game. Group A though, Doge 1-3-1 versus Revival. Tier 2 Drama Alert Nation 1-3-0 versus Uprising Academy. And of course, right as I'm about to say that is when we unpause and we see that Seeker is going to get that kill at the beginning on the Widowmaker. Track is still playing the Widow though. Carrots able to get Mudkip out of this fight, and Slepton is coming around that corner towards the final stretch of the first part of the map.
Right, but they're hitting the point now where the snipers can really start getting value. As I say that, there we go. I totally called that one. And another too. I mean, Seeker has been lights out so far. He's been doing very well. And I think Petal, his main job is just to put extra pressure on the tanks and any sort of shielding or otherwise any damage mitigation that Slepton might be able to try and pull out. Like, what do you want to burn your Genji deflect on? What do you want to burn your defense matrix on? Because either you're pressuring Petal and then Seeker's getting value on you, or you're pressuring Seeker and Petal starts melting you from the back. So this is an interesting kind of catch-22 situation for them. I'm very curious to see how it plays out.
Not only that, you have the Sigma who can block off certain sight lines as well, but Dozier is able to get that shot onto Petal. But there, the shot coming from Seeker onto Track. Seeker has been winning that Widow v Widow matchup in this fight. Still a pretty crazy fight happening on the cart, and you're starting to finally see Slept On get some leeway, get some room, start to push towards that Streets phase. The cart starts to creep around towards its final push into that Streets phase in just a second.
The phase where you have Primal is definitely the best phase for Slept On's composition, just because it's so easy to start putting pressure onto the snipers when you can jump over to them every 2 seconds. That said, the recontest here coming through.
Recontest not really doing a whole lot yet. Mudkip goes down after using that Transcendence. Track able to finally get the better of Seeker, and the cart so close to finishing this point. Petal gets a double kill on the McCree and wants to come back in for Noble. They use the amplification matrix too. It's only Noble or Petal left alive for Noble, and Noble won't be able to keep the contest going, but they kept it going for a little bit there at the end, longer than they may have otherwise. 350 left to go for the Streets phase. That's still a win for Slept On.
Definitely. I mean, they held for a decent amount of time there at least and made a little bit of a stall towards the end. Odd swapping over to the Wrecking Ball and then back to the Sigma resets his ult economy, which is a little unfortunate. Petal also swapping over to the Tracer from the McCree. One's a little more reasonable. He builds that up quickly. Archer was on Baptiste, I think just to counter out the Blade, kind of like reminiscent of the last Overwatch League tournament, where that was kind of the strategy du jour, is try and use the Immortality Field to cancel out these big fight-ending ultimates. But ultimately, he decides that Moira is a little more valuable. Of course, takes a little less work because it's Moira. Just, hold left button.
Hold left click, heal up your team. Soko is going to hold that mouse in a direction with that whole hog to force players back. Noble at least has positioned themselves in a way where they can take advantage of where Slept On is and the composition that they run, force them back. And now Slept On is going to have to find a way to answer to what Noble is doing.
It's a relatively minor foible, a bit of a nitpick here for me, but I don't know if Seeker needed to use that Infrasight because it was towards the end of the fight, and then his counter sniper dies right away and then swaps to Tracer. I almost would have held that until this re-engage right here, so they could have positioned themselves a little more effectively.
But Seeker has been the better Widow, there's no doubt about that, so much so that Track has decided to go over to that Tracer, get a little bit more of that burst, that ability to get on to Seeker, who goes down to Carrots of all people, and now it's Slept On going to be able to get this cart moving once again. Soko is coming in to maybe look for that stall chance, but all he's doing is just being an ult battery, and that cart still continues to push towards that final part of the map.
He just decided to open a soup kitchen, I mean, times are tough. People need to eat out here. And who better to do it than a guy who is apparently part pig or something. I don't know how that works. Anywho, yeah, definitely a decisive fight there, and quite the time bank coming up here. Remember, to win here, Noble need to hold them before third. Of course, extra rounds are possible and definitely still winnable. But if they want to decisively win this fight, they need to get picks like that. Petal with the pulse bomb, they're on to Carrots.
Cart wasn't even moving at this point either, which is probably a good thing for Slept On because they won't have to worry about having to go through one of those spots. They actually do push it the rest of the way through, though, it looks like, to get those doors to close. And now they'll come back in, use that Blade or the Nano Boost. Gravitic Flux will pull Dynasty in, Sound Barrier to keep him alive, swinging back in. Doesn't get a lot of value, but forces out so much from Noble is the important part that they will be able to get this cart moving.
And notice how Odd immediately swaps to the Diva. He knows he's not going to build a Flux, and that Dynasty isn't necessarily going to build a Blade. He was pretty much just using it to counter that ultimate, which, hey, I mean, you can't deny the effectiveness. Dynasty did not get a lot of value out of that Blade at the end of the day. That said, he's going to be a bit behind in ultimate economy as well as Archer. They'll have the whole hog, the sound barrier, probably pretty close to the pulse bomb, given how Petal's playing. As I say that, he jumps up 10%. This fight is underway.
Sound barrier used in, Soko using the whole hog 2 for Noble, and they get the first pick in onto Doge. Petal now with that pulse bomb, looking to maybe go in, throws it out, doesn't get anything, neither does the self-destruct that came out from Cowman, so one ult down away from Slept On, and Noble now finds themselves in a very good position, especially with the fact that they're able to get out that ultimate.
You say that, but this is still pretty back and forth. That said, I think the spawn advantages will definitely favor the defending team overall. But Petal's not making this easy. He is hungry. This guy is pushing in. He is not afraid. I think the most important part is that he's communicating really effectively with his team. You can see the instances of, okay, go ahead and use this, and as they get over here, I want to run over there and drop Pulse Bomb on him. And he's already almost back to another one. I mean, he's building them so fast. It's crazy what you can do when you have a player that's turning an ultimate into a cooldown. And so far, Noble have been getting a ton of work done thanks to Petal.
Well, and Soko is able to get that pick on the Roadhog. That's always a gambit that you have, a wild card that you have if you get a good hook onto a squishy target like that. So now it seems like they're just going to wait Slept On for that Tracer to come back in, because this is entering into that last fight territory. A lot of ultimates on their side. We know the Nano Blade is going to be coming out here in just a moment. Track with that Pulse Bomb, looking for a good target. Now the EMP comes through, only gets one. Pulse Bomb does stick onto a player, but Slept On able to at least get one kill. Doge trying to blow players off, and now Dynasty using that Nano Blade, just swinging through the Roadhog. But even with multiple swipes, you can't get that hog down, but they're now pushing towards the final part of the map.
Right, he didn't obviously get the Roadhog there. There's way too much health to burn through, but he deflects the hook and keeps him busy long enough for his team to kind of help clean up the rest of the stragglers. Now it's going to be all they can do to touch the point.
Oh, they barely just do. Sound barrier used to keep those players alive who come back in. Noble forces those players back. Self-destruct, pushing them away. Moser can't get away from the self-destruct. Slept On in a tough position now. 2 players down. Dynasty and Doge combined to even this back up. But Petal and the Tracer, the better Tracer in this matchup, at least so far. Petal still being the player that makes the difference for Noble. Stops this cart just short of its goal. And it will be Noble taking a 2-0 lead.
Wow. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than that there towards the end. I mean, just super back and forth all the way through. But ultimately, Petal was way too consistent. He was always getting 2 or 3 kills per fight. He was getting a Pulse Bomb every fight. He would usually stick it onto something. It didn't always kill that thing, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. And most importantly, Dynasty did not get enough value out of his last Dragon Blade. That was definitely the strategy they were trying to focus around, right? Build up the Nano Blade, try and get something done with it. But ultimately, Noble were just too good at adapting to that, either countering it with a Gravitic Flux, running the Baptiste for the Immortality Field to give them a little extra time, or just generally positioning themselves in such a way that they were too spread out and had too much sustain to really get anything done with that. What made Nanoblades good when we were seeing them a lot in the Overwatch League is that they were not big sustain heroes in the meta to really survive long enough. It was a bunch of squishies. You had an Orisa that could fortify but couldn't go anywhere. You had a Sigma that would have to try and hit you with an accretion or he'd be dead. And then you just had everybody else. But now in this meta, there's so many beefy targets that the ceiling for your Dragon Blade is a little lower than it was. And you have to put in extra work to get as much done as you used to. So not as much as they would have liked there. And now we have a pretty interesting series.
Well, you still have a lot of squishy targets, but the squishy targets are different than what we were seeing before, where you have what's playing with an Orisa and Sigma, things that are going to sit by the Orisa and Sigma, things that aren't going to be able to really move. Now you have you have Tracer, you have Sombra, you have very, very mobile heroes that are being played by these teams. So not everybody's grouped together to make those blades have those big swipes where you can hit multiple targets and get multi-kills on one swipe. It becomes a lot more difficult. Right. Not impossible, I think, is the one thing. And it's not impossible for Slept On to come back from this, too. So we'll see if they can do that when we come back here on Contenders Trials North America.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just what you're doing.
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%. Right now with Hydra building up to this Spirit Barrage so quickly. Oh, and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
A 2-0 lead for Noble overslept on. It's Labasco and Dibble here with you, trying to take you through the rest of this one. Temple of Anubis, our next map, Thibble. And, I mean, so far, Noble, I mean, it's not like they have been dominant, but they have been really good and consistent throughout.
Right. I mean, ultimately, this game is one of those where you really want to try and iron out any inconsistencies. It's something we talked about in our last series where the little mistakes will really get you, but when you're making very few of those, you're going to come out on top. Your DPS line for Noble have been looking really, really good. Yeah. The tanks overall have been putting on a clinic, and the supports are frankly doing what they're supposed to by not being mentioned. We don't want to talk about supports because it's usually because they've been picked or they're like killing everybody, which is fine. But if you're not hearing about them, it means they're just being quiet and doing their jobs, which sometimes is all you need if the rest of the team can do the work for you.
Yeah, exactly. So very good, just teamwork from Noble. Slept on though. You get the ideas of what they've been trying. They just haven't been able to execute perfectly to make them work completely. Especially we've seen it just a couple of times, and I think Dynasty has played well. But when you use that Dragon Blade and you're swinging into a Roadhog and you just can't get the kill with the blade, it makes that blade less effective than what it would be if it was towards someone else.
Right. And it's tough because Roadhog's such a threat, and yeah, you want to be kind of chunking him down there and turning him into freaking chimichangas or whatever. But I feel like Slept On are attempting to kind of fake people out by using old strategies, which sometimes can work. It's just I don't think they've taken into account that the meta has kind of moved on for a reason. There's a reason we're not seeing comps that are just farm Nanoblade and kill. Right. Because like you mentioned at the end of the map, there are fewer tools that enable Dragon Blades to get value, and there are more obstacles in its way. So I give them props for trying, and like you said at the start of Junkertown, there is some wiggle room there for people to experiment and try and figure out what works over the course of this week as you're trying to prep for contenders or at worst another month of trials. Right. But I think they've taken that time now. Hopefully they realize, man, the Dragon Blade comp is really not getting what we want to get done. So maybe let's try and go back to what's kind of becoming standard here. We shouldn't overthink this. The things that are effective right now are effective for a reason. And if we overlook or overthink rather what we want to do, we're just gonna get lost in the weeds. Anubis is a great place to restart though. There's lots of space here for compositions I think that both teams will really enjoy running.
Yeah, for Slept On, they're going to be defending here first too, so we get to see the Ashe finally. We knew we were going to eventually. She's just too strong to not be seen on some of these maps. Temple of Anubis makes a lot of sense with the ability to play on that high ground on the first point, and she has pretty good ability to get away with her coach gun, so get that early dynamite out too. You can see here from Dynasty as well, try and get some of that early damage. Not a surprise from them. And on the other side, Soko's still in for Farden.
They really want to make sure she doesn't get picked off early. I respect that. It's resource intensive, but they've got the time and they're getting the picks, so the value is there for sure. I think that's a really good move from Slept On.
Really, I mean, you have to burn a res. We just started.
Yeah,
You already burned res.
This is really good. I mean, a 30-second cooldown, whatever, that's not too bad. But ultimately, starting off with a pick is all you could ever hope for. They're burning 30 seconds off at this point before Noble can really even start to engage. And there's another. I mean, and there's no res this time. So really, what do? Are you going to hang out here and hope they just don't decide to aggress on you in a 5v6? How do you get Seeker back before they can try and cut him off and pick him again? Or if Dynasty gets another pick just right out the gate. I mean, he's already like 85% of the way to his ultimate.
It looks like they will be able to get back as a 6, no problem. Nobody getting too aggressive. And Petal, in the meantime, gets onto the high ground, kills Carrots, and now you have that Ash on top without the Mercy Pocket. Odd's able to push Bob into a position where, well, Odd can't stay alive, but that's okay. This is kind of in fight evening itself out. I mean, yeah, sure they haven't won this, but Petal being able to do that is ridiculous.
I don't know how he did that, and I would really like to find out how. I enjoy playing Tracer, and of course, the common complaint about Tracer, or her common weakness, is that she has no verticality. But you wouldn't know it if you were watching Petal, I suppose, because that was crazy. Of course, while we're talking about the flashy high ground tech or whatever, Slept On pretty decisively just won that fight. Obviously, the Bob advantage early on is huge. He's already Dynasty's already 40% of the way to another ultimate, and we have a full support ult online. And Petal is spawn camping. There's a Tracer duel in this room. This is tiny Overwatch. I'm confused, but I'll allow it. Okay.
What was that?
All right. Okay. That's a minor. That's a 2-minute unnecessary roughness. Get in the box. What on earth was that? That's not okay. This is insane. Petal is putting on a clinic, and I love this. He is keeping this team in the fight, and they smell blood. They know that they can go here. The whole hog comes out, Hog gets a pick, Dodge coming in with the primal, but it's not going to be enough. What a way to start a fight.
I mean, it was all because of Petal at the beginning, too, and Petal with the kills, too, in the fight to make this work for Noble.
That was not okay. I'm going to have to recover from that, and I didn't even get stuck with the dang thing. This is ridiculous. At the very least, Slept On have 3 ultimates coming online. They did burn both their supports and a primal there for no real value. But they'll have to deal with Petal coming up with a pulse bomb really soon, and maybe a self-destructive hog can get some work done. So they should, in theory, be able to hold. That said, I don't want to curse them because they really don't deserve it after getting manhandled like that by Petal. Well, I've done it anyway.
Petal and Seeker that time not going to have the same magic for Petal, but Petal still is able to get the kill onto Calman, who is forced out of meth. Dynasty gets rezzed onto the high ground, but Petal is still being able to just deal with everybody on the side of Slept On, and Noble is going to be able to start picking up the Bob. They're able to hide from pretty easily, too. They don't even have to worry about that, and now they have control. 2 ticks already, just a little bit left of this. The whole hog will be able to force off players coming from one side, too. Seeker still finding the kills, too. Track, nice kill onto Mudkip to at least maybe start something for Slept On. But the Bob and everything else, too much to handle. And Noble, with 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, have set themselves up to go to 2-1. Of course, Slept On still have a chance.
I mean, the least Petal could do is take him to dinner first, man. This is insane. This is the Petal and Seeker show, and I am happy to kick back with some popcorn and watch, because that was a masterclass of a round from this DPS duo. They are putting on a clinic. You love to see it. All the positive epithets I could throw out, I will throw at these guys. That said, not all hope is lost, at the very least. This is still drawable.
Can we talk about that pulse bomb now?
Just...
my God! Okay,
it was not okay.
It was... That is all just... I know this is when he's going to come around. If you have track, blink, or something, that pulse bomb misses. Like, that was... I can't believe that hit for Petal, and then what it turned into.
I mean, pure gamer instinct, man. He drank his Red Bull, he ate his Doritos, Mountain Dew, all of the holy relics.
He has a Baja
activated
Blast.
them. Yeah, he put a Baja Blast in a pentagram and just made it happen. He had a copy of GoldenEye for the N64. All the bells and whistles, man, to really make that lineup. That was ridiculous. Now Slept On have a tall order. I mean, 310's a pretty decent time bank here. So, of course, they can cap 2 points with any amount of time and still try and bring this back. But if they run out of time, we're running into a similar situation as our last game where they could only draw this map. And they would really like to pull out a win and stay alive here, because this is possibly the last map of the series. They need to turn it up. They need to not get dunked on by pulse bombs like that. They would love to have that back. Now they're trying to figure out how they want to engage. They're taking their time. I respect it. But they got to get in there, man. The clock's ticking.
Dynasty spent all that time setting up to go on that flank and dies immediately. Already push over for Slept On. Noble in control. They do lose Seeker, though, as a result, is the only thing, but they are holding on.
Right. I mean, they take that ultimately. It's not too bad, especially with the res. Of course, yeah. I mean, that never happened, of course. Very reminiscent, I think, of the first Overwatch League season back when reses were instant. You remember that?
Oh, my goodness.
The truly dark times. Like, people thought Goats was bad.
4 times.
Yeah, when Mercy got 2 instant reses when she ulted, that was messed up. Anywho, a chance now. At the very least, the fight was over pretty quickly, so Slept On still have plenty of time to try and recontest on this point. That said, the only ultimate they're really working with is a Coalescence. They have to see what value they can get off of that, or if they try and hold that and just go for the eco push of sorts, try and get something done around the point.
Now they are able to get something done already. Carrots and Track able to combine to take down Seeker, so all of that damage from the Ash is gone. Still have to deal with everyone else. Nice Accretion Rock from Odd. Doge now on the point, though they're starting to take this up, but Petal now starts to engage in. Gets the kill onto Cowman, who is out of mech, and the Transcendence will allow them to stay up and keep themselves alive and onto this point for Noble and keep the contest going. They give up 33%, but it's down to 1 minute and 55, and Slept On now in a desperate spot.
They've got a couple ultimates, 3 it looks like, coming online with an EMP close behind. But man, you look at the war chest here for Noble, you look at the flick rock he was able to hit onto a Tracer in that corner there. I mean, it's more than just an ult advantage. Slept On are getting outplayed for it.
Getting outplayed, and then they can't even set up what they want to do because they die before it even happens. Seeker with the kill there, and now Moser goes down to Soko. So they keep staggering out these players, more time taken off the clock. By the time everybody's able to get back together, it's going to be under a minute.
Right, and there are now 5 ultimates online. Mudkip just used the Transcendence, which was a smart play, I think, to really make sure that fight didn't get away from them last time. But they are running out of time, they're running out of options. That's a good way to open things up, though.
That's one way to get your options looking a lot better. Double kill bomb, and now you have the Bob too, forcing players to have to go back up into that high ground area. Doge at the end of the Primal Rage kills Mudkip. They will be able to at least see the next part of the map, but their time bank has been slashed into pretty heavily.
Certainly. At the very least, they pull out 3 ultimates there from Noble. Now they're just working with a Flex and a Pulse Bomb, which is, frankly, a very dangerous combo they should not underestimate. But they'll have 3 ultimates of their own coming online, 3 extremely powerful ones at that. The EMP could really open things up or counter out the Flex if they play it right. And the support ultimates obviously give them a lot of potential sustain when you need to have these extended fights to really win it out on this last point of 2 CP. So, options here for Slept On. There is potential.
A lot of potential, especially with that EMP. Dynasty goes for the hack at the beginning, says, you know what, I'm just going to drop the EMP, get both the things. Odd ends up taking himself out with the Hyper Spheres. Mosher will use the Coalescence, and it's looking very good for Slept On, but they're away from the point. They've got to move on. Pulse Bomb kill by Doge. Takes one down, and now it's about stalling out Transcendence to get onto this point to keep that going. Gravitic Flux pulling players in. Soko goes down, but this is still a chance maybe for Noble if they can get one more elimination. They've got the Reaper coming back in. They have their Lucio in as well. They've got the stall going on. Self-destruct, though, will force those players to have to back away, and it does manage to get the kill onto Archer, too. keeping themselves just flowing onto the point for Noble at this time, just to take off as much time as they possibly can. It's such a heavy advantage over for Slept On. It's a really inevitability, but Seeker gets a kill onto Carrots, so there's hope still for Noble to maybe turn this one around. Doge using that Tesla cannon into, and now Petal gets a kill as well. Petal another kill. They forced them back. Slept On looking like they had it. 2 minutes left. They've gotten 2 ticks.
If I don't see about 82 CP lols in that YouTube chat, I'm going to be upset. That is peak 2 CP lol. It's like it's 2017 all over again. That was ridiculous. You couldn't have asked for a more decisive fight from Slept On. If they had finished that, I was about to sing their praises. They used their ult so effectively. Great zoning, great denial of cooldowns to melt through the tanks that much quicker. I mean, what more can you ask for? But at the same time, the picks coming out from Petal, and now Seeker going down. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's so 2 CP it hurts.
It should be Slept On again. 2 kills immediately in their favor. Petal is not able to be effective in behind, and Doge using that Primal Rage, forcing players off of the point. Sound Barrier to ensure everybody stays up. They will be able to complete this map. They will have some time on the clock too here, Thibble. Just about how much time will they be able to bleed off for the side of Noble? 1:05 is where it ends. So one thing to remember, when it's under 2 minutes, this is the time banks we have. We don't have the time banks shrink, when you have one team being under 2 minutes.
Correct. So Noble will still have 3 minutes and 10 to attack and to try and do better than whatever Slept On can get done with this minute and 5 seconds. Props to Slept On there, I would say, because I think in my world, plat rank games, if I was to play a fight like that and have it be so close and then just get 2 CP lulled by like a wrecking ball on a tracer wreaking havoc on me, I'd be pretty boomed. And a Doomfist, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, all of the emergency stall pick comps for a 2 CP match. If I lost a fight like that, my whole team would be telling me that I'm trash and that I should go dunk myself in the toilet, and the game would probably be over at this point. So good on them for saying, well, we got 2 CP lulled. We're just going to bring this right back. We still have what it takes. We know how to do this. We're going to get a quick early pick on a Seeker there and then just bulldoze in like nothing ever happened. We don't have to talk about that. So good on them, maintaining their composure, no spaghetti on the floor. Sometimes it's just the name of the game, So now they're coming back, still trying to figure out what they're going to play here. Dynasty coming out on the Ashe and Track on the Tracer. I'm okay with this so far. It's very similar to what they started with, but they only have 60 seconds here. They must be decisive.
Don't have that Reaper this time is one of the differences, though. So we'll see if that, at this point, of course, you have to deal with the ability for that Ashe to poke from so far away before you can even engage onto her, so it is a bit of a difficult task regardless. So Doge now finally deciding to jump in. The bubble doesn't quite make it up there either. Dynasty in this fight with Petal, and the shot! Okay. That's one way to turn things in your favor when a Tracer's just trying to blink all around. You only have so many of those blinks, Petal, and now advantages in the favor of Slept On. They still have been able to back away, and now it's about the next engage and Track making a difference on that Tracer. Slept On in such a huge advantage now, this should be their point.
Man, that was the equivalent of getting the hey, listen, hey, and then you just slam the door right in their face. That had to be so satisfying for Dynasty to just be like, I've had enough of this. Thank you very much. Please be quiet. I need to go play Overwatch. And it's a perfect way to crack open the point. You're losing far and away the flashiest player on the other team this match, and then he has completely uncontested control of that high ground, can just rain down damage from range on its supports. I mean, it's exactly what Slept On needed. Now they have 20 seconds to try and make some magic happen with what they've been able to build. They're coming online with almost 4 ultimates against a couple that are building up, but they have an advantage in the moment. They need to take advantage of it now.
Well, Bob gets hooked and then just pushed away by the whole hog by Soko. Soko's so low that they couldn't heal him up. Carrots comes in on the Mercy to get the kill for the opening pick for Slept On. Pulse bomb thrown out by Track, misses. Gravitic Flux pulling players in. Odd gets 1 kill for Noble to try and even things back up. Mosier able to heal back up. Transcendence is coming through from Noble. It looks like this is trying to turn the defense his way. Odd and Petal combining. You can still do a lot of damage on that Sigma, and Petal able to finish everything off. They have their win condition for Noble. 33% on the second point, but with 3 minutes and 10 seconds, it's not going to be an easy thing to do.
No, it's by no means guaranteed. This is still very winnable for Slepton, and if I'm them, I'm feeling pretty good because they really managed to turn things around on that attack that time, of finishing the first point on the first push, having 20 seconds to run over to the second and at least give it a good shot with what you had. You walk away from that happy because now you have a condition. You just need to hold them at the very least, just to force a draw, at least just hold them to no ticks on second. But this is winnable. A 310 defense is not unheard of. We see it quite often on 2CP, and in more than just my awful rank games. This is a very possible scenario. So, slept on now with a little bit of extra life, and then Dynasty maybe feeling himself a bit after a ridiculous shot like that onto a very annoying Tracer. There is hope. That said, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you have to think too, the only reason that they take the first point for Noble is because of an insane play from Petal and a little bit of luck. Throwing out a pulse bomb, predicting when somebody's going to be there.
I mean, it was certainly a less than standard way to cap that first point, but there's nothing to say with the way they've been playing that they couldn't do that again. They're also they're aware and adapting in their positioning, exiting out of that right side door to just avoid having to deal with the dynamite and denying that ult percentage from Dynasty. It's the little things, man. In a meta like this and in a game as close as this, it's all about making those small adaptations. And the rotation they're getting here pretty much scot-free. This is way cleaner than their first engages where they were getting picked.
And they're able to get into a position there, but now it's about how can you deal with everything. Doge is able to escape away and get healed back up, so it's all about this next engage from either team that's going to determine a lot about this first point. Seeker starting to advance out, gets the kill onto Dynasty. Carrots has to get that res back in, but while that res comes through, Cowman loses mech. Odd is on the point to try and get players to have to come out and contest, and Soko takes advantage, and it's a double kill for Noble. Noble now in a very good position to take this first point. Doge does manage to take Petal out, though. It's not completely in favor of Noble just yet. That res on the Petal will make sure and give them a little bit of help, but Dynasty's got to make a decision of what Dynasty wants to do here.
And he got a stay of execution because of that hook, but he's got to go down there and face the music sometime. Yeah, way too decisive of a push there from Noble to really try and win back, especially without your tanks. They were the last people to die there, and Cowman got a little staggered as well. So there was really no chance to get a full regroup and re-engage on that first point. Now they have 2 minutes to try and hold this, and they have to hope this Nano Monkey can get some work done.
Well, the Transcendence is answering the Nano Boost very well, and the kill comes onto track. So you've already got one player down. Odd sleeping up on the high ground. Pulse Bomb coming through from Mosier. Bob is out, though, to try and even the odds. Cowman able to get Petal, the one player who's been a huge difference, but they still have to deal with the Bob. It's so close for Noble to take the 3-0 win. Bob getting healed back up. Self-destruct thrown onto the point, clearing those players away, and they're stalling for as long as they can for Slept On. And Track is starting to make the difference. Gets the kill onto Mudkip. Track again, getting the kill onto Archer. No more supports available, and it's going to have to be Noble backing away from the point.
I mean, that's a hold, and that's all you need to do. You need one more of those with the length these fights are taking. That was a 40 or 50 second fight there. So if they can arrange something like that again, it's looking pretty good. That said, Soko and Odd coming online with their ultimates. The support ultimates are kind of the kicker, though. They're so far away, and they're going for a swap, though. This is big. They're going for a complete compositional change. They want to brawl, and we're getting into the real rock, paper, scissors now. We're seeing swaps here. Carrots and Doge swapping over. Dynasty swapping onto the Reaper. They say, yeah, run over to us. We got some shields, and we have a Reaper to counter you. See what you can do. This is exactly what I love to see. 40 seconds left. Soko starting with a pick.
Oh, Whole Hog helping to make that happen, too. Forcing players on either side. Petal loses the Tracer battle, but the hook by Soko to get the kill onto Carrots. Doge charging through, misses everything, but Track gets the kill with the Pulse Bomb. Even so far, self-destruct, forcing those players back. 22 seconds left, and they've got to regroup for Noble. There's no chance for them to win this one.
Soko just needs to die. Yep, exactly. As quick as you can. You have 15 seconds left. I mean, he's probably going to have to swap to the Wrecking Ball at this point to try and touch. Mudkip is going to be doing his best just to speed everybody online. They'll have a Coalescence and a Pulse Bomb, but that's about it. If they can extend the fight, they'll get the Stealth Destruct. But there's a lot going on here. The Reaper could do a lot of work for Slept On.
Oh, they got the touch just in time. In comes the pile driver from Soko. Petal has that Pulse Bomb, looking to throw it out. Gets the stick, but it doesn't get a kill because the Wraithful Mosier instead gets a kill with the Coalescence. Already in front now is Slept On. Self-destruct has to be massive. Gets the kill on the Cowman. Evens things up at a 5v5. That blossoms on either side. One kill coming through. This is still a fight that can go either way, especially now with the sound barrier. Only 2 players left, though. The respawner's too strong. We're going to have ourselves another map come through. Thanks to that, is this one ends up being a draw.
2CP. This was a great microcosm of the game mode in general. I mean, just super back and forth all the way through. You got wacky time banks, you got draws, you name it. This was a Temple of Anubis to remember, frankly. That Pulse Bomb is going to stick in the back of my head for quite a while, much like it stuck onto the back of Track's head. Rest in peace, buddy. What a game. This is great so far. I mean, the 2-0 scoreline, blah, 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 but back and forth all the way through. Total brawl, and now we're moving on to Eichenwald. There's lots of space there for some crazy stuff to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of variation, as these two teams pretty set on what they want to do. You gotta love, though, the fact of Slept On seeing what's coming out at the end from Noble and then making the swaps to handle it. I thought that was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, no hesitation. They said, all right, I understand what they're trying to do. This is what we need to swap to. And that, like, try and stay a step ahead mentality is what we were talking about last match that Triumph weren't quite able to bring around. But so far, Slept On are, at the very least, trying their best to stay afloat here. Yeah, if they lose on Eichenwald, it'll look like a 3-0. But this is about as close as it gets.
Hard 3-0. It's not an easy 3-0.
No, yeah. This was not a stomp, or it would not be a stomp in that hypothetical future.
Right.
All the way through. And I imagine Eichenwald's going to be just the same. In our last match, we saw some Pharah, which I don't know about that. I don't know how much value it really got at the end of the day. Maybe just a first point strategy that's coming out against the closer range tanks that we're seeing. But I mean, there's so much space. In the Streets phase, you can see crazy Lucio plays. You could see more Pharah, more Widow, more Ashe, more Reaper, maybe a little Mei. We kind of talked about that in the last game as well. Maybe we see some Mei to try and force people to funnel through certain chokes or deny value or split the team. So yeah, Eichenwald's going to be a lot of fun. I'm feeling. Anubis was great. I want this to keep going. I want more Overwatch.
Well, we are getting more. So your wish has been answered. And we're also getting defensively, it's going to be Slept On first, and then attacking first will be Noble. So that's how everything sets up. And Dynasty is going to show us the Dynasty Pharah, which pretty darn good Pharah.
Oh yeah, I mean his range, like flex DPS heroes, have always been really good. Him and Echo on Echo, I believe in the Trial of Champions way back in the day, it gave us a frickin' light show to remember. I mean, they did a phenomenal job. So I'm excited to see what he can do, especially because the composition that Noble's coming out with does not seem to be super focused on countering a Pharah. The Tracer Sombra might have a little trouble here. So we might see some swaps, but I'm not quite sure. Yep, there comes the Ashe.
Yep, Seeker immediately making that swap over. Petal staying on the Tracer, and then they swap their supports as well. They go to the Ana and the Mercy, and now we'll start to look for how they want to dive on. You have the high ground being taken early on by Fanfear, making sure to push those players back. So we've got Farinfear back in. I say it too fast sometimes.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister of a name for sure. It's one of those. It's like a city in Wales. You know how they're called, like Haringablingahargen? I shouldn't even attempt. There are some wacky Welsh city names, is my point. And Farinfear sounds like one. Anywho, back and forth here, but of course our favorite tongue twister gets the first pick onto his counterpart.
And Dynasty getting extremely low, able to be healed back up by that Mercy, but still in the air, trying to throw out as much damage as possible. Building up pretty quickly to that barrage too. Tries to get that direct rocket onto the Ash in the sky. Can't quite do it though. A little bit of a disadvantage there. Track gets the pulse bomb stick on, but it's not going to be enough. Noble, too aggressive, too strong with the nano boost on Farnfear, and they will have advantage here. Bob will come out too. Maybe a little bit overkill with the Bob.
A little bit. I do want to point out Mudkip, though, with a great heads-up play. He sees Farnfear get stuck with the nano pulse bomb, which, for anyone doing the math, it deals a lot of damage. And says, all right, I'll just nano Farnfear, because that way he'll be topped off and he'll take half damage from it again and just kind of revert it back to a normal survivable pulse bomb. So really quick heads-up play coming out from him and definitely kept that push alive, though it was pretty decisive at that point anyways.
Also heals Farnfear up, so has the chance to survive it anyways, even if it was a regular pulse bomb. So, you know, if you're extremely low, Nano Boost is a way to save you for sure. And now Farnfear can use the Primal Rage. It's been so good with those, the self-destruct over the top. They tried to combine those together. Didn't quite work, but that's okay because Seeker is there to save the day, get a kill on. Archer goes down, though, in the meantime, a little bit too aggressive with the rest of those DPS players. They do get that cart moving on the low ground for the moment, and Petal gets a good kill on Track, who was looking for a health pack, and now can try and chase these players up on the top side. Dynasty getting extremely low Seeker with that dynamite, but now Dynasty, Dynasty gets the shot!
All right. Oh my goodness, that's another. That says, hey, you remember Anubis Point A high ground? Yeah, here's the sequel, bud. Oh goodness, what a shot. He's been hitting some pretty clutch ones. I know we talk a lot about Petal and Seeker, and obviously that's well deserved, but Dynasty has been holding his own, and we are getting a light show. So this is still anyone's Streets phase, obviously holding right now for Slepton, but some ultimates coming online from both sides. The support ultimates could crack things open when Archer activating Valkyrie.
So there go both of the support ultimates for Noble, and now you have nano boosted Winston's on either side, but Dynasty from the high ground is what's making the difference. Kills onto both supports. Doge follows up with the Primal Rage kill too. Seeker's Bob can do nothing but kind of just watch what's happening. I think it's a nano boosted Bob too, and trying to even things back up. Respawner's starting to come back in, but they've got to be careful with the Bob on the other side from Slept On. This card still can't move just yet.
Dynasty, again, that's like his third or fourth in this fight alone. He is heating up at exactly the right moment. His team needs him in this moment. He is answering the call. These decisive picks in the start, in the middle, at the end of fights. There's another. Like, this is exactly what Slept On needs. They need the clutch individual performances to bring this around. Their team play is there. Nobles is too. What it's gonna come down to is the individual plays. Petal's been getting them in the first half of this series, but Dynasty has been getting them here in the second.
Has to continue them though if you're Dynasty. Such a position of power on that Ashe when you get to play the high ground with that Mercy who's just boosting you the entire time. And now you have the rotation too, knowing that they're coming that other way. Dynasty will rotate around and just try and play a little bit more safely here. Self-destruct coming through, gets a kill for Cowman, but Cowman goes down to Odd. Odd will lose the mech, but that's okay because Noble's able to win this fight on the back of Odd and the nano boost onto Farnfear.
Right, and even a baby diva kill onto Moser there. He was already pretty low, so nothing ridiculous to write home about Dynasty with a last-minute kill onto Odd. So long as he breathes, he's a threat, man. You gotta be careful here. That said, it's a bit of a back and forth here on the re-engage, the Primal coming out for Farnfear, but I don't know how much more ground they're going to be able to get. Looks like Slepton are getting ready for a re-engage, and they have 4 ultimates coming on.
Well, the Primal Rage now onto the Winston, who has the nano boost going towards players, pushes a player into the Pulse Bomb, gets the kill onto Seeker, so you lose the Ashe at the beginning for Noble. This might be the time for them to try and back away, especially because they've lost another. Dynasty does go down to a Pulse Bomb from Petal, but so many players lost from Noble, it doesn't matter.
All right, Track, I see you there with the fadeaway melee on the Mudkip. That's pretty good. Dynasty, the good thing, I think, about a Mercy, one of the many good things, because she is in a pretty good spot right now, is that if you lose someone at the end of a fight and the other team is thinking, oh, maybe we can re-engage really quick, if we're smart about it, the res cancels that entirely. That said, oh my goodness, just jumping and Goomba stomping onto the Tracer. Not much a Mercy can do about that one, unfortunately.
So early advantage over to Noble as a result. You don't have that res either. Self-destruct forces players away. Odd can't stay alive though, but the self-destruct answer onto Dynasty might be even bigger, especially now with Bob not being able to be answered on the other side. Seeker getting those kills. Dynasty res back in, but it's too little too late. They're going to be able to keep this going for the side of Noble, but Dynasty gets another kill at the very least before this ends up ending for the side of Slept On.
Jeez. This feels so back in the GOATS era. For people who might not be aware, we kind of hit the point where if one person died on one team, it was kind of like, okay, this fight is like 90% over. You know, like we all know what's going to happen here. There's cooldown disadvantage, blah 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 blah. This meta is the antithesis of that, because there is never a point where a fight is won until like everyone's dead. It's insane how back and forth these matches have been. It makes it very difficult for me to do my job, I'll tell you that. But it makes for some really fun games.
Track gets a kill on Seeker, but 2 players down on his team. And now Track following as well. Doge has that nano boost, trying desperately to get this back even, but the Coalescence will ensure that everyone stays alive for Noble. Noble's so far out in front now, they just need to make sure that they focus down these targets together. That Primal Raging Winston and Doge extremely low, been able to stay alive for such a long time too, but it's long enough where players are coming back and it's a full 6 on either side. Track back in as well. And now it's about who can find the next eliminations. Mudkip has this sound barrier available too. Pulse Bomb out, Track gets the kill, but it's not going to be able to save Fardenfear. Pulse Bomb stick though, gets a double kill from Petal. Out comes the Death Blossom, but it gets eaten no problem by the D.Va in Odd. And now you just have Track slowing things down.
Well, I was gonna kind of point out that the swap to Zarya for Cowman has been huge, but he can't eat a Pulse Bomb. He would love to be D.Va right now, even though that Graviton is online. That's gonna be what they need to use to try and bring this back.
Well, there's the grab, gets the kill on to Petal from Track. Track has made the switch to Widowmaker, gets a double kill at the beginning, self-destruct kill onto Cowman, and now the Coalescence is being used to try and sustain the rest of Slept On. Noble, though, evening things out, trying to create an advantage for themselves. Odd pushing on, Seeker uses the Death Blossom, gets a kill, healed back up, now focusing on to Doge. Mosier now coming back on, Cowman onto the D.Va now to just stall for as long as possible, but it's just about stalled for Slept On. Noble, the team with all of the advantages. Dynasty missing on the Doomfist too, and this is about to be over for the side of Slept On unless they have something magical happen. 1 kill does come through from the mines. Need another one from it if you want to have a chance at your Slept On to stop this card from finishing. Players just coming on to stall, though, it won't be enough. It's going to be Noble completing the map in overtime, but overtime being where it is completed makes a difference if Slept On can finish with over a minute.
Absolutely. I mean, an overtime push is a lot better than you could end up with on Eichenwald sometimes. I've seen teams finish, we see teams like the Shock and stuff finish with like 3 or 4 minutes when they really start blasting through here. So holding to overtime, not too bad. You have not a win condition, but a condition to stay in the fight. Slept On need to finish this to keep it into extra rounds and keep their hopes of bringing this series to a map 6 alive. That said, on the other end, Noble have a win condition now. If they just hold before that last point, this series is over. So with that in mind, I think they can definitely tailor their strategies of engagement more effectively. They know that, hey, we just need to have one big decisive fight, burn the clock as much as possible until they get to that last phase, if they even do, and then just in overtime, hit them with overwhelming force. It's a strategy that they could choose, but of course that also depends on how well they hold in these first couple phases. The more they burn off of those before the points are captured, the better off they are. So, some not quite mirrors coming out here. Seeker on the Sombra is interesting. I don't think we've seen too much of that lately, since like the first map. But I suppose it could do well to mitigate the effectiveness of the D.Va or the Winston jumping in, or even the supports, depending on who he wants to pay attention to.
And on the other side, we have the Reaper again for Dynasty, the Tracer, and then Cowman's back on the Zarya. So this is what they're going to pin their hopes of staying alive in this game against Noble on. at least at the start. Cowman building up a lot of charge, at least early on. Already almost to 100 charge, and now we'll focus Seeker down, force that Sombra to have to translocate away. Now we'll look towards the front side. Dynasty on the Reaper advancing forward. Can't really see what he's doing there, but he's still moving forward with his team, and now they can wait and now anticipate who they want to jump onto. Haven't quite made that next committal yet, letting those cooldowns come back. Have to be careful, there's already a pulse bomb out from Petal. Doesn't get a kill, but now forces out a coalescence. Track now on the backside, trying to focus down Seeker, but it's Odd who will find Pay Dirt first in this elongated fight. Doge coming in on that Tesla cannon, getting players extremely low, but now the EMP will negate anything that was happening for Slept On.
With the Zarya down, the EMP gained so much effectiveness because the bubbles can't really protect you, assuming that Cowman would have avoided the EMP in the first place. With no cooldowns available, there was really not anything Slept On could do, so good move by Seeker there, and quick build-up of ults. Petal used a pulse bomb in the middle of that weird long fight and is already back to another. I mean, he's been lights out so far. They have 4 ultimates coming online, but almost 5 here for Slept On too. There's a lot of Qs to be pressed.
Self-destruct double kill from Odd makes the Graviton Surge not even matter. Great use of ultimates from Noble again to keep themselves in front with 2 minutes and 11 seconds. And oh, by the way, Petal's back up to that pulse bomb now, didn't even have to use it.
Right, I mean, such an effective Diva Bomb to start that fight. Frankly, Noble hardly needed half the things they used after such a decisive couple picks there. That said, they pull a lot out of Slept On as well. Track now swapping over to the Sombra and Doge over to the Reinhardt. Going for a more traditional, they want to have a little more time to try and rotate onto the point, but the Sombra is not going to make that easy. You need that shield to be able to push forward safely together, and if you're hacked, you're out of luck.
The Tracer burst for the Reaper burst and ultimate, but that ultimate gets nothing. Barton Fear does go down afterwards though, so you're without the main tank, forcing those players back on Noble. Starting to pick up for Slept On now on the point. Now it's about when will the re-engage come back. Petal gets hacked though, and this is going to be a very good take finally for the side of Slept On. A minute and 16 left on the clock, so a good amount of time worked off by Noble.
So I was thinking of critiquing the beat initiation followed by the Death Blossom because you really don't generally want to initiate with a beat. It's a great defensive tool, probably the best you have. That said, I think that extra sustain really perfectly countered the style that Noble are playing right now, which is very, we're gonna throw you off, we're gonna initiate on your flanks when you don't expect us to. But the EMP just doesn't really care about any of that. It says, come on over, dude, we're just gonna light you up. Like, it doesn't matter, and that's a great decisive fight win for them. That said, Noble have no problem saying, all right, you hit us, we're going to go ahead and hit you. The EMP comes out and cleans up this fight, but Slept On are not out of this yet. Carrot's getting the boop on the Baby Dio.
Yeah, not the most clean fight, so they'll be able to actually start moving this card, but they've got to be careful of the self-destruct now that has come up from Odd. The one thing here, too, that we're just kind of looking at it, they've switched to Rush for the side of Slept On.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's been getting way more mileage from them. As soon as they swapped to it in the latter parts of the last round, I think they realized, like, hey, this is going to give us a little more cover, a little more time, and kind of mitigate the chaotic, like, we're going to throw you off sort of strategy that Noble are coming with. It's also great for countering Diva Bombs. Maybe they realize, man, it doesn't really feel good to get hit by a Diva Bomb and not have the shield to deal with it. We'll just throw a Reinhardt down. And it's been working.
Gives a little bit of protection, too, to Dynasty, who got a double kill. The Graviton Surge at least gets the mech and then the player in Odd, so they still have an advantage here, but they've still got to deal with the Sombra, they still got to deal with the Tracer, of Petal, who has a Pulse Bomb, kind of just waiting for that perfect opportunity. Barton Fear can't really play the game, though, on the Winston is one of the bigger problems. The main tank difference in having that Reinhardt who can kind of just stay with the rest of Slept On, making a difference, and they're going to have a good time bank going into this final part of the map, but Odd will come on for the stall at the very end. Barton Fear jumping back into, getting players extremely low. They're committing in. EMP is used to make sure that they get this for Slept On.
All right, Cowman, I see you with the cleanups there. I mean, super clean. I don't know if the Shatter actually ended up getting anything, but the EMP from Track was really all they needed. There's no contesting when you can't move and can't use your abilities and can't really heal. Like, it's the perfect way to say you're not gonna stagger this point because you can't play the video game. Now Petal swaps over to the Reaper. I think very effective in this close range sort of environment, and it's going to be all they can do to hold off Slepton, who are coming in with a lot of ultimates.
Can burn down the shield too of the Reinhardt very, very quickly, especially too now that you have the Zarya, who's going to be getting a lot of charge. Graviton Surge pulls those players in, takes them down. Far and Fear still on the Winston and now has to go back into spawn. They're coming around this final quarter with 2:20 left on the clock.
I feel like Slepton have really activated. You know, they've hit the gas here. They've leveled up. This is a composition that suits them much better. It's giving them more time to really think and just approach, say, okay, we're going to wait until this moment to go. Ready, go. And as soon as they kind of have that mentality in mind, they've been able to get such great decisive engagements. The Graviton's getting value, the Reinhardt cleaving through everybody. I mean, this has been a whole different version of Slepton here.
Cleaving through one is what happens to Odd. Got a little bit too aggressive by himself. And now that cart on the precipice of finishing this map with a lot of time on the clock for Slepton if they can do it. But now they've got to try and deal with a primal raging Far and Fear, pushing his way into the back line. Rocket Punch in from Seeker to give the advantage back over to Noble. Hack coming through onto Seeker, can't escape though, and it's even back up to a 5v5. Jumping in is Track using the EMP, hits a few targets, and the sound barrier will come back in though to keep these players alive on the side of Noble. Answering right back with the later sound barrier though is Slepton, and now will fall Far and Fear. Dynasty's Bob finally goes away and the players slowly trickle down on the side of Noble. A minute 4, 3 seconds left. Can they hold it for that? If they can, they will get another chance to attack. They just do in time. So we will see more attacks coming if they're able to complete this map for Slepton. Of course, they still have to finish the map, have to deal with the Wrecking Ball on the cart and Far and Fear. And now the Doomfist coming back in Seeker. Players finally just starting to come back in, but Noble at least holding on, throw the self-destruct out. They're keeping this going, keeping the time from staying for too long. A really good job working time off the clock at the very least.
Right, I mean, great stall there, but the Ryan Zarya really cannot be denied. It gives them way too much space, it gives way too much protection to the DPS. It's really the answer that Slepton, I feel, we're looking for from a compositional perspective. I think once they realized how good it could be as they maintain that defense on Anubis, they said, why don't we just keep doing that? That worked. Obviously, whatever we've been doing hasn't. So now running through with this, it completely changes the tempo at which you approach the game. And like I've been saying, it gives them that time to think about how they want to approach, what they want to use, and how they want to finish the fight once they've done it. So now, though, Noble, I mean, so there's a minute here for Noble. Attacking first because they have less time on the clock. Do they adapt in any way? Do they change up how they position themselves? Or are they just going to try and hope that they can overcome this? If they think they have the better composition and that they've just been losing because of like small mistakes, they'll keep trying this until it works, and maybe it will. But I don't know how effective this sort of dive, mid-rangey, brawlish comp is going to do with the bulk of the Rhine and the Zarya at the forefront here, because it's been very effective for Slepton so far.
Just looking at it now too, they're going to play aggressive. They're hiding in that room on the corner right where the choke is. Track's going to be able to tell them all the information they need about where this team is going. You can see that Far and Fear is also just trying to scout out. Oh, didn't shoot the Tesla cannon there and would have figured out where Track was too, but now they can drop on in. Track goes down first, but Dynasty gets the kill onto Mudkip. What's the bigger loss, the Sombra or the Lucio? And it's, ooh, nice dynamite that'll come through too from Noble as they start to push back forward.
Noble understand that they have the spawn advantage here, and that even though Track is pretty quick on the draw, he's not going to outrun a Lucio coming straight from spawn. He's pretty much back already, and this brawl is on. They have a very small advantage to start, especially with a pick like that onto Moser. This is looking good for Noble.
Cowman able to get Odd, who was out of max, but if that's the only kill they're going to be able to get, it might not make the difference. Track in the backline does manage to get Seeker, but it's not going to be Track by themselves being able to take this around. So you do at least get the cart moving for the side of Noble. A huge way for them to go to get this cart at least started with the difference in time makes. But now it's about keeping this going on in overtime, and they find themselves a sneaky Dynasty, and Seeker has made the switch over to the Pharah, and the Pharah is making a difference for Noble. Keeping alive, too, is Archer on the low ground, and Petal on that Tracer gets a double kill with the help of Odd.
Right, I mean, the Pharah getting value there because I think, you know, obviously you think Pharah, you think Mercy, but the only other thing that can keep a Pharah alive as effectively as that is a coalescing Moira, because she's got all the range in the world. Now Seeker swaps over to the Reaper, doesn't need the Pharah anymore, is afraid of how open the skybox is and how much work Dynasty could get done. Remember, he's been having a heck of a round here on Eichenwald. So the quick adaptations coming through, making sure they need to keep this going as long as possible. Wherever this stops is where they need to hold. Slept on.
They have to come. Yeah, and finally they do decide to drop down now, but the sound barrier is there, and Petal gets the kill on the Mosher. They have the later sound barrier, but they lost their Moira. This might not be enough for them to stop Noble from advancing this card forward, especially with Barnfear pushing Cowman into the corner, and now Tesla canning him down. This is so much damage being put onto that one hero. Now going to be taken down thanks to Petal, and the cart will keep moving.
Yep, and 3 on the cart too, so it's moving fast. That said, ultimates are slightly favoring Slept On here. You've got an EMP about to come online, Bob pretty close, the Earth Shatter pretty close, Cowman swapping to the Diva to make sure he can touch, fly through that hole in the roof and get a last minute contest there. But this is going to be close for sure.
3 players get hit with the EMP. This might be where the push ends for Noble, but it is. It's a very good push from them. The Coalescence coming out is too little too late, but still, you think about it, they only had a minute, Thibble. They almost get to the doors of the final part of the map. That's a darn good push for 1 minute.
Yeah, if I'm Noble, I'm totally happy with that because it's not, I don't want to say very easy to hold, but it is very possible that a hold before that point is made. I guess they still continued to make that composition work. I was doubting it for a bit, but I think ultimately they were a little smarter with their ultimates, especially in that street phase, and most importantly, they were pulling out a couple little adaptations. It's not about changing up the whole comp. It's just, hey, for a second, this Pharah might be what we need. Okay, now I'll swap over to the Reaper because we're in streets phase. Things are changing up. So they're keeping an eye on what's the most effective in the moment. They're coming out here with the Pharah. They feel this is going to be the play for this first phase in the map. Archer on the Mercy, making sure that he's well supported. I think this is a composition that will really enjoy using natural cover and saying, much the way we've been talking about, you might be running a Rein Zarya or something that's a little slower or even a dive. But no matter what, by the time you get to point, you're not going to be able to get there with full health, and we're going to use that to our advantage.
So now the doors are about to open for Slept On, their last chance here, and like you said, they're running this rush-style composition again. It's going to have a little bit of trouble. Dynasty's probably going to make the switch to the Ashe here once they figure out there's the Pharah. It's something that they did last time, too. So, not able to figure that out just yet. Dynasty's still on the Reaper for the moment, though. Wonder if yep, now it looks like he's going back into spawn and we'll make that swap.
What's actually really key there is that the reason Dynasty swapped to the, or rather, Seeker swapped to the Ashe last time was because he immediately saw the Pharah coming out. This time, they don't shoot right away. Ooh, the Echo. I love this. Ooh. I think this is a great option. There's a lot of different targets he could duplicate. An extra Diva on the field does a lot, and he's going for a cheeky little flank. Oh, this is strange. I don't know how much work he can get done. He's not the burstiest guy, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, assuming he doesn't get shot down immediately.
Oh, almost did. Being able to be kept alive, at least for the moment, but Mosier and Mudkip go down first. Carrots, though, too. So now you have no more supports for the side of Slept On. This has taken so much time, 30 seconds left, and they don't even have a tick yet on the point. They've got to get another kill here from Doge, but they don't. Tracer coming back in, and Track has to try and be a hero at this point with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, it's really back and forth, but with so little time, even the spawn advantage can only get you so much. They're going to have to do their best to just run. Track is just staying around so he can touch at that last second. But not much done by Dynasty on the Echo just yet. There's still a chance, but they need to pull it out now. It's now or never.
So players start to come back onto the point now. This is what it's all about. Trying to burst down with the beam with Dynasty getting extremely low. Has to get healed back up. Trap gets the kill onto Mudkip. Odd and Seeker, though, answer back with 2 for Noble. So Noble out in front here at the beginning. Now the Primal Rage trying to force these players off. Self-destruct in the corner, able to get away. Doge gets the kill onto Odd while using that self-destruct. They have to be focusing on these targets. Barrage coming out from Seeker gets 1. Fardenfear with another kill, and now it's just the Tracer and the Winston on this point to try and keep this going for as long as possible. They can't do it. Noble wins 3-0, but it was not an easy 3-0 win.
Right. I mean, this is definitely one that the scoreline does not tell you the whole story. Some great attempts at last-minute adaptations coming from Slept On there, but I don't think the Echo was necessarily the answer. There was no huge counter for her, but there was really nothing for her to focus on. She was hoping to just build up a duplication as fast as possible and probably duplicate onto a tank to give a little extra beef. Which is always a reasonable strategy in a game like Overwatch. That's why we had a 3-tank meta for a year. But really not enough time, I think, to make something like that happen. I would have preferred maybe a swap onto a hit scan to really try and counter out the Pharah and the Tracer too. I mean, they've been making shots onto Tracers today. Like, go for that. Be confident, because it was an attempt. It was a risk that they took, and I respect that they took it. It's just maybe not the exact one I would have gone with personally.
Yeah, so really good one, and I believe we're going to get Seeker here on in just a second. So I think we're going to take a timeout and get that all set up.
All right. See you guys in a bit.
We welcome you back here for Overwatch Contenders North America Trials. Labosco here alongside Thibbledork, and we've got Seeker here with us. Congrats on the win for you guys on Noble, a 3-0 win over Slepton, but seemed like it was a pretty hard fought match for you guys, even though it was a 3-0.
Yeah, it was a lot more intense than I thought it would be.
What is it that made it so intense that they were doing?
So when they were recontests, like on maps like Anubis, we have pretty split target focus because we pretty much thought it was over. So yeah, their diva kind of stayed alive, and yeah, we kind of lost that one Anubis fight, and that was a little bit tricky. But overall, I think they're a really good team with good synergy, and they've been playing together for a while. And we're a pretty new team, so coming into it, there was a lot of coordination issues, but we ended up fixing it.
Solid. Okay. So obviously a big talking point here anyway has been like we're still trying to figure out the meta, and there are some obvious front runners coming up in terms of compositions and like heroes that people enjoy playing. But I kind of want to get your take on where you think the meta's going, if you like where it's at, or the heroes you've been able to play, or if there's something that you might want to be a little more viable moving forward.
So for the current meta, we're still kind of figuring it out. We don't have much scrim time, but we've been kind of taking more of a favor to like the Hog Zarya, Hog Sig with Ash Mercy and Tracer. That's what we've been playing a lot. So we're pretty new to the new Sombra comps, but I think the Sombra comps can work really well into a team that's running the mirror, because Sombra is really strong, and if you can play Sombra well, you should be able to win pretty much anything.
It felt like you guys got a little bit more comfortable with those Sombra comps as things went along, and then they made that switch to Rush towards the end, playing those Reinhardt styles. I mean, was that just about you guys kind of adjusting to what they were doing at the end to really solve it?
Yeah, so I'm not sure why they went Reinhardt, to be honest. I think it's a really bad hero right now. Gives us a lot of characters we can pick. Like, we noticed they were on Rhine, so we thought they'd just play the Rhine rush for the last point on Eichenwald. So I started Pharah, and they ended up swapping off the Rhine comp to go some sort of Echo Reaper comp or Echo Tracer, I think. And again, don't know why they did that, because I got to do whatever I wanted on Pharah.
Yeah,
they were trying. Okay, so looking forward here after this 3-0 that took a bunch of extra maps, you guys play Malibu coming up this week, who are looking really pretty strong. What is your guys' kind of plan for taking on a team that's kind of leading the group right
now? We played Malibu yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wish he lost to Malibu.
Lobo, hit me up here, because I totally just dropped all my spaghetti.
That's
basically
right.
coming up against whoever you're playing against next after I make a fool of myself. What's the plan there?
Lunaris.
Are you guys continuing to experiment? Are you kind of set for now in what you're going to play and what your plans are compositionally? Or are you still trying some new things?
I think we're going to see what Lunaris runs. We saw what they played today against Triumph, and I think Lunaris is a pretty easy team to beat. They're a lot of new players to the tier 2 scene, so I don't think it'll be very hard coming into the match. I think it should be an easy win.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. It was an interesting thing to see too, that we're getting a little bit more, I think a little bit more dive than maybe people expected too at times. Is that something that you guys, is that just about kind of getting more comfortable with it too? Because obviously dive is a lot about coordination with stuff, but I mean, Far and Fierce is pretty darn good main tank on that Winston.
Yeah, we kind of play Farronfer whenever we need to play Monkey, because he's very, very strong on Monkey. But also, teams tend to play Dive when they're not sure of the meta, because it's a pretty safe comp to fall back on.
Yeah.
So I think Dive can work really well, and I think playing with Farronfer, we just play Monkey with them, and we should pretty much do well.
Well, you guys definitely did really well today, winning a fun game. Also, I just got to ask, because I don't know if Petal told you about it, the one pulse bomb he did on Anubis or not, where he just blindly threw it out. But that was insane. I don't know if you guys knew about that or not.
Yeah, so during that fight, I saw Petal. I could see him, like the outline of him running around. I'm sure I thought he was just gonna be dead. So I'm a little bit worried of him. And then he just like randomly shouts, and I see in the kill feed that he stuck track, and he's just dumbfounded. He can't speak. So of course we just called to go in, and then after the round ended, I think Soko found out. He said that they saw that on the broadcast, and he was really happy about that. But yeah, it was a pretty nuts play from him.
It was yeah, definitely watch it back because it was absolutely crazy. But congrats for you guys on Noble for getting the win, and good luck the rest of the way, and we'll see if you guys can get back into contenders.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it here for us, though. Thank you to everyone who makes this possible. Thanks to Seeker for coming on and talking to us here for a few minutes. Thibble, any final thoughts?
I really wished I didn't say that they're playing Malibu tomorrow because I feel pretty silly. But otherwise, I mean, great interview. Thank you very much, Seeker. Fantastic game. Yeah, tell Pedal cheers on that pulse bomb because that was a lot of fun. So yeah, great game from you guys and best of luck.
All right, but that's going to do it for us. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes here at Elo Hell that make this possible. Have to thank, of course, Dire Boyd, the one making everything happen behind the scenes. Also, Vinicius and everybody else as part of Elo Hell. But that'll do it here for us. We'll see you tomorrow. Plenty more Contenders trials on the way.
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
no way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then two captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Thank you.